please. So we'll start this meeting of the Planning Commission. We'll get started with a call for the approval of the minutes for both March 29th and April 12th. Someone?
I move to approve the minutes for, I don't have the dates. What were the dates again?
March 29th and April 12th.
March 29th and April 12th.
Thank you. I have a motion from Amy. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Scheer. Okay, Commissioner Christensen.
I will abstain since I was not here for the March 29th meeting.
Okay, okay. Commissioner Lee.
I'll also abstain. I was absent.
Commissioner Paredes.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Oliveira is not here yet. Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
I'll vote yes for the April minutes and abstain from the March minutes because I wasn't here.
Okay. Commissioner Gent.
I will also vote yes on the April 12th minutes and abstain on the March 29th minutes because I wasn't present.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
I will vote to approve the March 29th minutes, but I had to recuse myself for the majority of the April meeting, and so will abstain from
Okay.
that.
And the chair votes yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 yeses on some meetings. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 5 abstentions. So the minutes are approved. Report of the chair. The chair has nothing to report. Does the vice chair?
The vice chair has nothing to report.
Report of the director.
Just to give the Planning Commission a heads up, so at your last meeting, you made a decision regarding conditional use for the Come and Go gas station on 1300 East, 2100 South. Those applicants did file an appeal on Monday. Monday was the deadline to do that. So that will go through the appeal hearing officer process. I think in June is when hopefully that's scheduled. Hopefully it stays that way. And then on from there. And that's all I have to update you on. Thank you.
Short and sweet, huh? Next is our open forum. 10 minutes. If somebody has any items that they wish to bring up, discuss related to commission business. Anyone?
I do have a short item.
Okay.
Just asking a question, basically of staff, of there was some of reflections in our public comments that the whole city wasn't notified of a particular change in rules and policies, and I'd just like you to comment on how major changes like that are noticed.
Yeah, so for text amendments that apply citywide, for most of those, it's fairly unreasonable to expect a citywide direct mail or something like that. We've done those on other things, particularly when they are housing related, but that's about it. We typically have to get a special funding allocation from the council to do that, just because of how our division's operations budget is given to us and how we spend it. So what we do is that we follow what the state code requires us for land use regulation. So that is posting information on the city's website, the state of Utah's website, and we also send notice to anybody who has provided us with information that they are interested to receive any kind of text change related to a certain concept, property, etc. So those were all done. We go a step further in Salt Lake City in that our code requires a 45-day public input period before we can hold a public hearing. That process is noticed in pretty much the same way. We also, I forgot to add this part, but we also send email notice to anyone who has signed up to receive any sort of email from the planning division. So if they're on that list and they've provided us with an accurate email, they'll get a notice of that. And that includes all of the registered, recognized organizations in the city. So those are commonly referred to as community councils, but they include other organizations that aren't community councils. And I think right now there's somewhere around 30 of those. Many of those have their own kind of internal notification system where they send it out to people who have signed up similarly to receive emails. Some bring them up at their monthly announcements at their meetings and things like that. And that's pretty much how those get noticed.
Anyone have anything else?
Yeah, I was sort of reflecting after last week and maybe, or I guess a couple weeks ago, and driving around that neighborhood. And I wondered whether there was ever a time that a gas station would be appropriate in the community business zoning district, whether we need to rethink that. The conditional uses in that zoning district. Part of what I was thinking is that in that neighborhood in particular, it seems like 700 East and Foothill are really well oriented towards auto-oriented sort of services. Like, we should really be trying to kind of encourage people, if you are in a car and you want to go fast and you want all the services, then 700 East and Foothill are really good places for you, and 1300 East is kind of congested. And I don't know whether we just need to, I don't know whether anybody else wants to sort of, I probably need to get out the zoning map myself for Foothill and 700 East and make sure that whatever we have zoned for retail in those neighborhoods is really, like, that's really where we want to focus. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that.
One thing I can add to that discussion, so the mayor has initiated some zoning amendments to address gas stations and proximity. This is primarily looking at proximity to bodies of water, rivers, creeks, streams, retention basins, all of those kinds of things that were issues that were brought up at the last meeting. And we're also looking at other places that are have large areas of public assembly, like sometimes schools and things like that. And so we're going to be doing an analysis of that as part of that petition, and particularly a mapping analysis to see where those would apply, and making sure that it's equitable across the city, that it's not just the secondary recharge area that's up on the East Bench that gets those protections. It's all of our creek corridors as they flow down to the Jordan River, including the Jordan River, are large open spaces like Jordan Park and the soon-to-be Glendale Park and things like that, that all are important for filtering stormwater and things like that. So there's something in the works to look at that.
Anyone else? Okay, then we'll jump into the regular agenda. The first item is the design review and plan development for West Village, a mixed-use development at approximately 401 West, 900 South. PLN PCM 2022-00866 and PLN PCM 2022-00867. Amanda.
Okay, thank you.
You finally figured it out. There we go.
Okay, Fred. I will be presenting a design review and plan development application for West Village at approximately 400 West, 900 South. The applicant is Urban Alfondre on behalf of the property owners.
You might have to move the microphone around.
Oh, I can move it. Cool.
There you go. That'll work better.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, this request would facilitate the development of 5 lots between 400 West, 500 West, 900 South, and Fayette Avenue. It's approximately 4.5 acres. The project area is in the Granary District and is in the CG General Commercial Zoning District. It's within the downtown plan area, and a quick summary is that it will include about 600 units, 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail, and 180,000 square feet of commercial office space. It includes 3 structures, and I'm going to go through the proposal based on the structure, just like the staff report. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. So there's 2 types of applications. The design review application is for additional building height for all 3 buildings. The maximum building height in the general commercial zone is 60 feet, up to 90 feet with design review approval. Building 1, which is shown on the top of the screen, is a life science building, and that's the building that will have the 180,000 square feet of commercial space. They are proposing a building height of 75 feet with 15-foot floors, and the additional height will be on top of the structure in the form of a mechanical equipment penthouse, and the total height of the building will be 95 feet. They are also going through the plan development process to request 5 additional feet of building height to accommodate this equipment, because we do have a provision in code that allows a 5-foot parapet for screening, but because the actual equipment on top of the building will be taller than the 90 feet, they need to request plan development approval on top of the design review. Buildings 2 and 3, as shown below, they are residential mixed-use structures that will be approximately 90 feet in height. Let's see, the plan development, I just went over that for the life science structure. They're asking for 5 additional feet. And then buildings 2 and 3. So overall, the site, the applicant's asking for a reduction in the yard area, so building setbacks, and in the CG zone, all yard areas must be landscaped. So if you ask for a reduction in setbacks, then you also need to ask for a reduction in the landscape requirements. So standards of compliance for design review and plan developments are in the chapters shown on the screen, but I just wanted to, instead of going through each of the standards, just touch on the compliance. So the Granary District is transitioning from industrial and warehouse buildings and uses to higher density residential that can support smaller scale office, retail, and restaurants. As described in the downtown plan, the wide streets such as 900 South and 400 West provide an opportunity for redesign to accommodate pedestrians and cyclists. The West Village project will help meet the goals of providing infill development via mid-rise housing and small local serving retail uses that contribute to making the Granary a complete neighborhood. The project will also provide much needed public infrastructure in a neighborhood that's historically been lacking. The housing and the infrastructure are specifically called out in the downtown plan as priorities for this area. And overall, the proposed modifications do result in a better product than what could be built by right in the general commercial zone. Usually we do site photos at the end of the presentation, but it's such a big site, I'm gonna do it before. The top right of the screen is 900 South. To the right is 400 West. The bottom of the screen is Fayette. And then the project site goes along Montague Avenue. About 4.5 acres. Here's 900 South. The 9 line has been, that project has been completely constructed on this portion of the street. The applicant is not proposing to make any changes to the city's design, but they will be adding additional public right-of-way as part of their proposal. Here's the 400 West facade, or streetscape, sorry. The blue building on the bottom of the screen is where building number 2, one of the residential mixed-use buildings, will be built. So that's, when I show renderings, that'll be on the left-hand side of your screen, and then the building number 3, which is a smaller residential building, will be on the right. Photos of the street. Rio Grande Street, which is not part of the project, but it will intercept. And then Fayette, so there's 2 single-family dwellings on this site in addition to some commercial uses and a lot of empty parking areas. The 2 dwelling units will be demolished as a part of the proposal. There's no historic preservation standards, or it's not a local historic district, so there's no protection for these homes, so they will be removed as a part of the proposal. And then 500 North. Okay, so requested modifications, as I mentioned before, the CG zone has a height of 60 feet up to 90 feet with design review approval if staff finds that the increased height will result in improved site layout and amenities. All 3 structures are requesting this additional 30 feet. And then in the CG zone, if additional floors are approved, then the amount of landscaping, on-the-ground landscaping, must be increased to 10% of the floor area that was approved. And then for the planned development for additional height, this permits up to 5 feet. And this is because the proposed exhaust fans for the life science building, they need to be taller than any building or any screening to get the air in for the uses, and they're very specific that type of equipment that the applicant can touch on. But to meet the industry clearance requirements, they cannot have a parapet covering it, so that standard wouldn't apply in this case. Okay, so building 1, additional building height. The building itself is 75 feet. The mechanical equipment penthouse is 20. It's set back from the roof line by about 55 feet and is not readily visible from the right-of-way. The additional height results in 1 extra floor, that 5th level. And if approved, no structure, parapet wall, or equipment may exceed the 95 feet. And then for this building, there's no other modifications being requested. And once the applicant does their lot line adjustment and lot consolidations, this building will be on its own lot, and then the other 2 will be on their own lots as well. Each floor of the life science building is approximately 36,700 square feet, so they need to provide an additional 3,700 square feet of landscaping, and that is being provided in a public plaza that is between the life science building and the residential mixed-use building to the east. And then I put a photo of the ventilation system up top, which requires that clearance. It is commercial. They will have lab components and research components, and I'll have them touch on specifics. I don't believe they have an actual tenant, but they're still working on the tenant aspect of it. But that's why they have the additional height, because of the use. The floor height needs to be taller than a typical office building would, so it just gives them more leeway. Okay, let's see. This is the 2 residential mixed-use buildings. This is a view if you were looking west on 400 West along Montague Avenue. I'll go through just a few details on each of the buildings. So the building on the left is building 2, and that will be next to the life science office research building. There's 373 units in this building. They're mostly 1 to 2 bedroom, and there's a few 3-bedroom options. Townhomes are located along Montague Avenue. The building is 4 levels of structured parking with 4 levels of units above all of the parking along the street frontages. Other than Fayette is wrapped. Fayette is acting like the back of the building, and that's where the 2 garage entrances are located. There is no vehicular garage access. There's no garage access on Montague, and there's only 1 garage entrance location on 400, so it is limited. Other uses in this building, there's 2 levels of ground floor retail. There's a pool deck, which is shown in the stepped back area. And all of the rooftop space is amenity, and there's amenity space between the buildings, on top of the townhomes, and on the corners. And then the public plaza that I showed on the previous slide is at the west of this rendering. Building 3 is 229 units. They're mostly one bedroom. There's a few studio and 2-bedroom options. This building is 3 levels of structured parking with 5 units of 5 levels of residential units above. And then they are going through and requesting a reduction in parking for this structure, and they'll be implementing our transportation demand strategies to meet that. And they're vested under the previous parking ordinance. There's 1 parking entrance to this building off of 400 West and none on 900. This building has retail on the corner of 900 South and 400 West, and then the corner of Montague Avenue, as shown, includes leasing office for the development and co-working space. Building 2, so additional building height will be approximately 90 feet, and I can go through this quickly, but for both Building 2 and Building 3, the design of the buildings is representative of warehouses found in the neighborhood. And they mimic the window proportions, similar solid to void ratios, and the oversized massing. The additional height is being mitigated by incorporating large step backs on levels 1, 2, and 3 of the buildings, on large step backs on Montague Avenue, depending on where you're at along the street, and 400 West. And the step backs create a more pedestrian scaled experience and reduce the overall height, perceived height of the development. Building 2, so this is screened for the reduced setbacks and landscape area. They're requesting about a 1-foot setback along Montague Avenue. The rendering to the left is are where the townhomes are, so they're about a foot from the property line. The corner of Montague Avenue and 400 West will have approximately a 5 to 8 foot setback to create a plaza area, which is shown above. The length of the building on 400 West will have approximately a 4-foot setback, and no setback reduction is being requested on the southern elevation, which is Fayette, and that is the rear of the rear of the building where the garage access is from. Here's a rendering of both buildings with the large step backs that create the pool decks and amenity spaces for both of the structures, and a landscaping plan that's hard to see for building number 2. And so the setbacks are, the required setbacks in this zone are, it's a 10-foot yard on all, let's see, the front corner and corner side and rear yards. There is no interior side yard setback. Building 3, requesting additional building height. As with Building 2, it reflects the design of the building. The 3rd floor is stepped back from Montague Avenue by approximately 45 feet, and from 400 West about 90 feet, which creates space for those rooftop deck spaces. And then in the yard area that they are providing, it is nearly 100% landscaped, which exceeds the 1/3 requirement. The rendering shows the corner of 900 South and 400 West, and that's where their retail space will be. The applicant is requesting a 0-foot setback on 900 South. As of Friday, he sent me an email saying that they had the property resurveyed and they needed to change the setback. So it went from about 4 feet to between 4 and 5 feet to still 4 and 5 feet, but it's about 4 inches off. So I just wanted to make a note of that, and they can touch on that in their presentation. The rear of the building is about 2 feet from the property line, and they're requesting no setback on Montague Avenue. Staff is recommending approval of the design review and plan development applications with the conditions listed in the staff report. And then since the publishing of the report, an additional condition is being recommended, and that is just to provide a public access easement for that plaza. They're proposing the plaza as a mitigation measure. It'll be privately owned and maintained, but it should be an easement to allow the public on it. So based on the information in the staff report, it is planning's opinion that the request meets the applicable design review and plan development standards of approval, and recommends that the Planning Commission approve with the conditions listed in the staff report, and then potentially the additional addition. being recommended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is your applicant here? And do they have a presentation?
Do you have a presentation?
Okay,
They are here.
come on up, wherever you are.
Like, I hope they heard. I didn't see them personally. Okay.
They were clear in the back. So make yourselves comfortable there. I'll need you to identify yourselves for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes.
I'm James Alfondre with Urban Alfondre.
I'm Carl Damas with Perkins and Will Architects.
Get closer to the get closer to the mic.
And I'm Stephen Alfondre with Urban Alfondre. We are representing our combined development team of the Woodbury Corporation, Vesta Realty Partners, and Urban Alfondre.
Okay, take it away.
Just want to start by thanking Amanda. This was a very big project and a lot of pages and a lot of information, and she really shepherded us through the process, and it's nice meeting you in person for the first time. So like Steve said, we are a partnership of Woodbury, Vesta, and Urban Alfondre, and we're really excited to present West Village. The goal, really Amanda did our job for us. She really conveyed our ask and our request, and we're glad to have their support for positive recommendation. But we're just going to run through a couple things quickly. So the goal is to convey that what we're providing at West Village is a much more enhanced product than what the current zoning allows. And how West Village accomplishes many more master plan goals than what the current zoning allows. I mean, the real reason we're here is the CG zone. It is archaic and it's inefficient, especially for this neighborhood, the Granary District, that the city is identified as an up-and-coming, urban, vibrant neighborhood that not only will be a neighborhood in and of itself, but will support downtown as a 24/7 neighborhood. So we've assembled a fantastic design team, Perkins and Will, MVE, and others, to put forth a very thoughtful design that not only enhances and contributes to the architecture of the Granary District, but also enhances the public realm, which is something we're very interested in doing. So as you know where the site is, it's kitty corner to the Fleet Block, and this is really the southern end of the Granary District. We're right on 9th South, we're right on the 9 line, connecting east to west, and we really want to leverage that location to create something special here. The site plan, as Amanda mentioned, we just got a recent survey back that shrunk our site by 4 inches, so we're asking that our setback on Building 3 at 9th South is reduced by 4 inches. So I think it was 4 feet 8 inches. We're asking for 4 feet 4 inch setback there. And as Amanda showed you, that we're going to start now flowing from Building 3 on 9th South and take you through all the way to the Life Science building. This is current conditions. This is looking southwest on 9th South and 4th West. And this is Building 3, and we have retail fronting 9th South. We're trying to interact as well as we can with the 9 line, so people driving by it can be a very active experience that people are experiencing along 9th South.
And I will say this, with lots of design coming to Salt Lake City, we decided to implement a sawtooth facade to try to create a little more character that you'll see here on the facade facing 9th South.
Then as we move down 4th West onto Montague Street, we're really excited about this opportunity here. Montague Street is like a mid-block walkway already, and it creates this scale that we don't usually find in our large blocks. And so we really wanted to leverage that by creating a pedestrian-first experience. I mean, we designed for the pedestrian through the whole project, but Montague is a very special experience. And as you can see, we did that by fronting active use, especially ground floor retail along Montague Street. We also were very particular in our design choices, our design materials, our brick detailing. And that's why we want to bring those uses up to the street to create that really great scale on Montague that you don't find in many of other of our streets in Salt Lake. We also step back the buildings above that retail. So really when you're on Montague Street, it really feels like a 2 to 3 level type of experience. As we move down Montague Street to the west, this is just another example of the kind of retail and detail in the retail that we are very excited about. We want to attract great retail. We have double floor height here, and design that really engages the street. As we move down west along Montague, we come to the townhomes. It's very important to us that we provide a wide range of residential unit types. This isn't just for the young professional. We also hope it's for families, and it's everyone in between. So having that experience of stoops going up to your townhome along Montague, again, is a scale unlike most other places in Salt Lake.
And many townhome projects repeat one facade. We really wanted to break up the different facades here to give the illusion that this project has been here for a long time.
And that's a great point. This is 4 acres. This is a large site, and we don't want to put up a huge monolithic building and maximize FAR and just create a big box. We really were thoughtful in design differentiation in different unit types and making it feel like it is a bunch of separate different buildings. Something we're really excited about is the plaza. This is a privately owned, privately managed public plaza. What it does is it not only has a nice break between our beautifully designed, that Carl's going to get into, purpose-built life science building, but it's really bookended by these 2 wonderful buildings. Having 4 acres here gives us an opportunity to get creative with creating some more public space. So that's what we wanted to do here. And then as we move past the plaza, we come to the life science building that I'm going to let Carl speak to.
Thank you. The life science building anchors.
Get closer to the microphone.
Gotta go a little
You
closer
got to
to
get
the
on the
mic.
record.
The life science, what we've been calling the lab building, anchors the western kind of terminus of the site, and it has 3 frontages on 500 West, on Montague to the north, which is here where you're looking at that front door on the plaza and Montague, and then on Fayette at the south. And really our intent here, what we were really excited about was the opportunity to really kind of meld the historic industrial heritage of the Granary District with a kind of bleeding edge, state-of-the-art life science program. And so the design intent here is, a relatively clean geometry, but we wanted to, break down the massing like is happening at the multifamily residential. So you'll notice these sort of carve-outs on each of the frontages, which create sort of smaller volumes within the kind of larger, kind of optimized lab kind of floor plate. And then in the materiality, right? So it's clean, it's modern, it's glass curtain wall with spandrel and vision kind of tinted glazing, but it's also the use of dark metals, which is sort of in tune with the materiality of the other buildings on the site, as well as some of the kind of historic precedent architecture, sort of the vernacular of the Granary District. I'll touch on the program and the mechanical penthouse just briefly. Like Amanda mentioned, we do not yet have a tenant, but the development and the detailing of the building is such that it will allow for really any state-of-the-art life science program to inhabit the building in a either single or multi-tenant scenario. And so for the kind of program, I want to put you in mind of pharmaceuticals, biomedical device research and development, that sort of thing. And typically what we're finding is about a 50-50 lab and office mix. So this is your mid-size or larger, maybe a pharmaceutical company who has their administrative headquarters, marketing, accounting in the same building as they have the lab, whether it's wet or dry lab. And so our petition, our request is to allow for the specialized mechanical infrastructure and superstructure to allow for that program to develop. But we're really excited, and thank you.
And to speak to what Carl designed here, that we've been very purposeful on the kind of tenant we want to get here. And it also happens to fall in line with Mayor Mendenhall's initiative of Tech Lake City and being able to create space that attracts these really creative, great tenants, that they're not going down to Lehigh or they're not going up necessarily to Research Park, that we have a place in the Granary and with the space necessary to attract these high quality tenants. So just to sum it up, the downtown plan goals that are met by West Village, just to point a couple out, really providing infill development via mid-rise housing and small local serving retail uses that contribute to making the Granary a complete neighborhood, and creating a pleasing and welcoming public realm. There are others as well that are in the staff report. Some highlights of the downtown plan initiatives that are being met by West Village are creating active public spaces in the Granary, and developing the 9-line trail in accordance with the 9-line master plan. Thank you.
That's your 10 minutes. Good job. You're like right there. Are there any questions at this time from the commission? You got these guys right here.
Amanda.
Go ahead.
Does this zone not have any thing limiting the length of these buildings? Because we have building 2 and 3 that are well over 200 feet.
No, the CG zone does not have design standards.
So one of my concerns is then this, you've done a great job in articulating all the other sides of these buildings, but when I look at this 300 feet in length for building 3 on the eastern edge to 400 west, it just looks really flat. And I don't know what you think you might be able to do to try to give that some life so it's not just this. You know, the other sides look amazing. I'm not suggesting you have to do that on every side, but there could be some other different articulations and things you could do to make this not seem like such a long, massive building, so that it's not this monolithic thing.
And we really wanted to focus on Montague and creating more of a pedestrian retail experience.
Yeah, and you've
over
done
there.
a great job at the expense of Fourth West and on this elevation I'm looking at.
We did consider Fourth West, and again, for us, 9th South and Montague were really the streets we really wanted to focus on and create very special experiences there. Stepping the building back, creating a plaza. Fourth West is a street we're also proud of. It is longer in nature. But if you look around the Granary District is full of very large warehouses as well. So it's not unlike anything we find in the Granary. So
Yeah, those are going away. I mean, that's what the whole thing is, that as this transition. So maybe at some point, Brenda and John could pipe in with some architectural suggestions that aren't, exorbitant, but might provide a little bit more visual breakage of these things. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not suggesting you have to treat it in the same way you have treated the other facades, but I think this is at the expense of this Fourth West. And as we know, all of those other warehouses are cycling through, so they're not going to be around in the next 20 years. There'll be something else. And so I think we could do better here, but I'm not the architect. So that's my comment.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one with a question, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who wants to speak on this item? Anyone? Go up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Ann Wright. Can you hear me?
You need to get closer to the microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
This is all news to me. It's very interesting and it is beautiful. There was one picture of a couple houses that have to come down, and I wondered if anybody was living in them. I hate to run roughshod over people in their homes.
We'll ask them after the meeting, or after the hearing.
Victoria Gorman. I have two questions. One is in addressing trying to get the building height higher. I think the charm of this area of Salt Lake is to keep things at the height that they are, and an additional 90 feet sounds like a lot. So I'm wondering if there's a way to mitigate that by taking out a floor or doing something else. And my next question is, I'm just curious, there's so much single-family housing. You addressed some townhouses, but does the data support people, everybody moving here, just needing one bedroom? I think that the housing market is flooded with 1 and 2 bedroom places, and I think we can do better to accommodate people that need more than 1 or 2 bedrooms, because I would imagine, we didn't hear what the cost of those things are, but can one person, how many people, one person afford what you're building?
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Are there any emails? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Can you answer those 2 questions? Are there tenants in the houses? And
There are no current leases in the houses. There have been some transient activity, and the fire chief called that one of the buildings has been someone attempted to light it on fire. So we have a demolition permit ready, and we are hoping to make this place safer as soon as we can.
okay, and she asked about the price of the townhouses.
We don't have prices yet, but we have been thorough about the wide mix of housing choices. And we have 1 bedrooms, 1 bedroom dens, 2 bedrooms, 2 bedroom dens, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedroom units that we are currently programming. All of that will be finalized as we finish up our building plans, but we never thought of West Village as a place for one type of person in one stage of life.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Yeah, Amanda?
And then I just wanted to, there was one other question. It was about the additional 90 feet. The actual, the additional height is 30 feet. So the by right height in the zone is 60. So they're asking for 30 feet.
Oh, yeah,
of additional
okay,
height.
yeah. No, I think,
Just to make sure. That
right,
she-
no, that's good. You clarified that. Anyone else on the commission have a question?
You talk about activating the street. We really only have 2 retail spaces, one on one corner and one on another corner, not a block away. So there's not really any reciprocal like activation of Montague. It's just one retail facility, right?
Yeah, we do have townhomes with stoops on them, so that's going to be a very active presence along Montague. We're actually taking a pretty big risk by putting retail on Montague. It's so hidden from 9th South that we're actually pretty nervous about it. And we only have such a small frontage on 9th South that we really want to maximize retail there. So between the retail and the stoops up to the townhomes and the plaza, we feel like we're actually activating it as much as we can and as well as we can.
So the townhouses that are along the 4th East elevation, is that the one you were worried about, Amy? With the 4th East elevation?
The townhomes?
No, there's townhouses there.
Well, when I look at this,
along the
when I
whole,
look
the
at
whole
this,
length of it.
when I look at the building 3 elevation on the 4th West side, I don't see townhomes.
Yeah, it's
Well, I guess those
townhomes.
are, I don't know, I don't look like townhomes.
Yeah, it's all townhomes along there. Between the 2 retail spaces?
Yeah.
Townhomes are along Montague.
Come on, okay.
No, they're along Montague. This is 4th West.
Oh, I'm looking at the plans.
Yeah.
Maybe the plans are oriented
Double check
incorrectly.
which one you're on.
I'm on page 5 of the staff report. They don't look like they have stoops, as was indicated, so that doesn't mean they don't.
So you're concerned about the 400 West elevation, right? Between the 2 retail spaces.
Yes,
So
on
what
the
is
building
that
3.
elevation?
Yeah.
There's sorry.
You want me to bring up the presentation? I have a.
Yeah, that might
Yeah,
help. I
yeah.
don't know.
Grab it.
Pictures, data, something.
Well, one way to address breaking that up is, the It's these flat panels of brick, I think, that you're referring to, that are like the more reddish brick that create these little panels. Yeah, right there. I think it's articulating the mass with the material instead of it being these like big flat panels. Because I think it's trying to create this little feeling of a like a city view where you have like little smaller buildings that go on the facade, but it's more of an applied element versus it being like integrated into the mass. And I think that might be what you're looking at. So on the corner, for instance, like you kind of already have it with the black on the left side, and then you have the brown building, but then the black kind of muddies things up in the middle. So finding a way to articulate that mass a little bit more, maybe with a vertical that cuts that whole building kind of in half and breaking the material into a different color palette could be a great way to break that into two different buildings, or at least perceivably two different buildings.
Yeah.
But that's one suggestion that we could look at. But
You look puzzled.
Well, no, I mean, I appreciate the feedback. I do. And if there's anything we want to do, it's break up facades. They're also, and I mean, even between these facades, bringing the first level retail around and just that experience, and then breaking it up with some color, it's honestly, it might not be like the best way to do it, but we still are very proud and put a lot of effort in doing that. And honestly, when it comes to the CG zone, there's much worse that can happen here. I understand 4th West might have been the not as enhanced as Montague, but we also control both sides of Montague, so we can really focus on making that experience very special. And 9th South is 9th South. So we were very thoughtful here. I would just be hesitant to go back and try to redesign this with the thought we've put forth and the effort we put forth and do it now. It's something we can stand behind.
I'm not suggesting that you redesign it, James. I'm suggesting that there might be some pretty simple ways to go about visually making this not look so humongous. I don't want you to redesign it, but I think a different color in the middle, if that can accomplish it, I don't feel like that is exorbitant. That's what I'm trying to, because I'm not an architect, I don't necessarily know all the points, but I can tell you this looks enormous. And this is the hard part when you have so many street frontages. There's not like one side you get to throw away, because then that's just relegating 4th West to what it is. But I don't think you need to treat every side with as much thought as you have the others. There's got to be some very simple approaches to Building 2 and Building 3 that are 230 and 300 feet in length that just visually can make it look not so massive. And if a different color in the middle, as John might suggest, I don't think that is redesigning it. That's just looking at your color choices to maybe make this not feel so large. But Brenda might have another idea.
I would caution against making a lot of changes that are kind of minuscule at this point, because I think if you look at the three-dimensional view of this particular elevation, I think you'll see that in the corner up there, I think you'll see that there's quite a bit of in and out and interest to this building, and I would hate to add another layer of what is basically, color rendition to these materials. So I would be actually opposed to that. There may be a short distance in that block where it's not fascinating, but again, if you visit the site.
So Brenda, if you look at page 4, so if you look at the other rendering that is giving the frontage on Montague, they do have black, the red brick, and then this kind of gray white. Totally breaks it up. Why can't you do that on 4th West? You're doing it on Montague.
I would say it's it was deliberate in what we did. It's not like we're using stucco or vinyl siding to save money. It's still brick, and it's still durable materials with beautiful windows. And honestly, we did try to do that with, let's see, the facade isn't in front of me now.
Right, you just had it up, yeah.
But even off 9th South, so our issue is that sometimes it might be preference. And for us, like red brick with beautiful windows and differentiation in the ground floor and also the scale. So for instance, we wanted those two to look like separate buildings that are those on the right side, those separate brick facades. Then it moves down, it breaks down, and then you have a separate facade and then a separate facade. So the building is broken up, and it was deliberate though with the brick and the windows and the materials used, because I would argue that a lot of these warehouses aren't going to be gone in 20 years. The Evo building is going to be there. Pickle and Hyde is going to be there. Woodbine is going to be there. And these are all these beautiful red brick buildings with large windows. And so there was a lot of thought put into this.
And Amy, I would also say, when you do look at it as section view, it does look flat and enormous and long, but when you look at it in the 3D, we did spend a lot of time trying to undulate it, and candidly, we think this is a better design than adding another color. And people may disagree, but we have put a lot of thought into warehouse-like windows, warehouse-like soldier course sills, and just a facade that really resonates with the granary.
Yeah, I think we can get in the weeds with the materials, but I think the elevation, because it's flat and it reads with the black in the background, makes it feel really long, but I agree that the renderings do break up a lot more than what you're seeing in the elevation. There's some minor tweaks you could make, but I think it's kind of nitpicky at that point. But I think that's where I see it. I see it in the elevation overall. It's kind of a monolithic black background that makes it feel stretched, but it's not necessarily showing in the rendering, and the rendering is how you're going to experience it. So it's a lot different than the elevation, which can be a little deceiving.
I really like the design. I'm very familiar with that area, and I'm ready to make a motion if anyone would like.
Can I just ask the developers one more question? It really
Hold that
won't
thought.
affect the motion, and it won't affect the decisions either, because it's just a question of sort of information. Later on in the Planning Commission meeting, we're going to be hearing about affordable housing as incentives, where people would add a floor or two to a building if they could have a 20% affordable housing component. Would you be interested in doing that in theory, not in actuality, on a project like that, where you would actually have to, or what would you say to that?
So we come from, we've done a lot of work in Washington, D.C., where they do inclusionary zoning and they have these requirements. We're still a stick frame market, and so we can only max out at 90 feet or with 5 levels of stick frame construction. If we were a market where we had a robust track system where people didn't need a car and we could build and get rents that gave us as much FAR as we could, then that starts to make a lot of sense.
And I will add, it all depends on the economics of the site, how it lays out, and what that bonus density is. And there are places where it works and places where it doesn't. So it is a site by site. If it were to work, we would absolutely embrace it.
Even if you had to do an annual report and screen your tenants and et cetera?
Yeah, these are normal things that the devil's in the details here, but it has worked in other places.
Good, thank you. Very helpful.
One last question, if I could. For staff, are there other buildings of similar height to what they're trying to request in the area?
Yeah, I mean, the neighborhood as a whole is redeveloping. They mentioned the Pickle and Hyde project. They just submitted for a design review for additional building height. That would bring them to 85 feet. And that's just a block or so away, 400 West. So I don't think the additional height is out of scale for what will be in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And if I can speak to that, there's a building directly across from Building 3 on 9th South that's about to break ground that got design approval for 90 feet. So we're not setting a precedent here by any means with height.
Can I clarify with staff that the conditions may be different than is on our motion sheet?
I did update the motion sheet and put it in the Dropbox. does it still show 3 conditions?
3.
Okay, so the updated one was in the Dropbox, but yes, a recommended condition would be to add the bold. And that's just to add a public access easement for the plaza in addition to the other conditions.
We just want to make sure that we can, obviously we want the public to come onto our space, but there are also potentially some problems that could arise that we need to be able as a private entity, be able to just secure that and take care of that. And protect our buildings and surroundings. So as long as that language is in there as well, we're very comfortable with that. It's built for the public. We just need to have the right to prevent certain uses that negatively impact our property.
Okay, you got all that, Levi? Why don't you try making it, okay, why don't you try making a motion?
It's not in the staff report, Amanda, but there, she's got it.
No, it's not in the staff
It's right
report.
there, in the bold and that.
It's a recommended condition since it's been published.
Good. All right, based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission approve the design review and plan development with the following modifications. 1, lot consolidation and lot line adjustment applications for the 4 southern parcels must be submitted and approved by planning staff. 2, all signage, lighting, and site details may be finalized administratively. 3, applicant must provide documentation that they meet the minor parking demand management strategy that allows them to participate in, invest in, or provide sponsorship of an approved bicycle sharing program. And 4, a public access easement must be recorded on the property for the plaza, which is privately owned and maintained by a publicly accessible open space.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner De Oliveira, a second by Commissioner Christensen. Commissioner Gale.
I have abstained from discussion and will abstain from a vote. Though there's not a direct conflict of interest, my firm represents one of the partners of the applicant. And so to avoid even the appearance of impropriety, I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gent.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Shear.
Yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira.
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes.
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yeses. You got approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our second item, which is a zoning map and master plan amendment at approximately 1782 South, 1600 East. Case numbers PLN PCM 2022-01138 and PLN PCM 2022-01139. Kelsey.
Hi, good evening. We have a quorum.
Yes, they're
They're there.
they're getting food. They're hungry.
Okay. You're fine. I'll jump into it. The applicant is requesting to change the zoning and amend the Sugar House Plan future land use map for the property located at 1782 South, 1600 East. The applicant is seeking to amend the zoning from R1 7000, which is a single-family residential, to the SR3, which is a special development pattern residential. Additionally, the applicant is seeking to amend the Sugar House Neighborhood Plan future land use map from low-density residential to medium density. The subject property is located in the Sugar House Plan area and has an extensive history. I've included links to the published administrative interpretation and subsequent appeal in the staff report. In summary, the outcome of the subject applications determined the property as an illegal lot. The property is considered to be part of 1572 East Blaine, which is just north of the red box. These amendments are sought in hopes of developing a single-family dwelling through a planned development, preliminary plat, and eventually a final plat. All right. This screen illustrates property photos. Starting in the upper left is a photo of 1572 East Blaine. To the right is the driveway of 1872 South, 1600 East. Lower left is a photo of the driveway looking east. And to the right is the subject property beyond the oversized detached garage. So as mentioned, the applicant is seeking to amend the zoning from R1 7000 to SR3. The applicant identified SR3 zoning due to the reduced lot width and the side yard setbacks required for a detached single-family structure. As noted in the staff report and illustrated on the screen, the neighborhood context primarily consists of R1 7000. The chart included on this slide illustrates the regulatory differences between the R17 and the SR3. The primary differences include the lot width, setbacks, and lot coverage. The SR3 allows for narrower setbacks as well as greater lot coverage in comparison to the R17. The primary land use differences include allowance of single-family attached dwellings and two-family dwellings. Sorry for the blurry image. In regard to the proposed plan amendment to the Sugar House future land use map, this includes a proposal to change from the low-density residential, which is that kind of pale yellow, which limits the density to 5 to 10 dwelling units per acre, to medium-density residential, which limits the density to 8 to 20 dwelling units per acre. In the staff report, staff discusses the city goals and policies identified in the applicable plans on page 4 through 7, as well as in attachment E. As outlined in the report, staff has identified policy statements from the Sugar House Plan, Plan Salt Lake, and Housing SLC that generally conflict with the proposal. The adopted plans, policies, and goals do not generally align with the proposed amendments. The neighborhood is well established with the R1 7000 zoning, while the Sugar House Plan does identify goals for infill and flag lot development, this property does not meet the location identification or the flag lot standards or the infill policies. Additionally, the property does not meet the intent of the location parameters for medium density classification in the Sugar House Plan. Ultimately, the amendments are sought to legalize an illegal subdivision for the purposes of development. These goals do not align with the identified policy statements or objectives. Additionally, the zoning amendment standards, which are analyzed in attachment F, generally do not support this requested amendment. In regard to the public process and comments, the staff as well as the applicant attended the Sugar House Land Use Committee meeting on April 17th. And at the time of publication, I had received 3 emailed comments. Since publication, I've received several additional comments which have been placed in your Dropbox. So in summary, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward a negative recommendation for the zoning and plan amendments to the City Council. I can answer any questions or turn the time over to the applicant.
Why don't we grab the applicant and then we'll bring it back to discussion for us. Is the applicant here? Come on up to the table. sit close, speak into the microphone, and state your name for the record. Kelsey, you can just hang out there if you want.
I can do that. Thanks.
And you'll have a max of 10 minutes, and then it'll be more questions.
Gotcha. My name is Anthony Arasi, and I'm presenting 1782 South, 16th East as part of the Blaine Properties LLC, and we are here to present our zoning map and master plan amendment request. But before I get started, I want to thank staff for working with me on this. It's a very unique application, to say the least, and I appreciate the opportunity to present in front of the Planning Commission today. So to kind of get you oriented with the property, right now the property is classified by Salt Lake County as 2 distinct parcels, but by Salt Lake City Planning is recognized as a single lot. You'll see the parcel in the red, which is the Blaine Avenue property that we have a duplex on, and the parcel in the yellow is what my application is for, and it is only for the part in the yellow. Both of these are currently zoned R17000, and the yellow flag configurement, if you will, I am requesting the SR3 zone. I realize the property does not necessarily constitute as a flag lot, but for the purposes of this presentation, I'm just referring to the general shape. Why am I here? Well, I'm here because I'm not the first one to realize the development opportunity on the subject lot. It has been met with a lot of obstacles, the latest, which is almost 25 years ago. But without rehashing the whole history, we have this abstract of findings that was recorded over the property that says this is not a buildable lot. Salt Lake City will never recognize it as independent, and it basically forever will be undevelopable for a single-family home. This decision was also made before the city recognized the housing crisis and changed its values regarding more creative solutions to housing. So my attempts to appeal this decision that for has many years obstructed any common sense in reimagining the subject property has led me to 2 options given by staff. The first was to appeal to the 3rd District Court, which I obviously would not like to take that route. And the second was to apply for a rezone and master plan amendment, and if approved and adopted by the City Council, I could then move forward submitting a plan development and preliminary subdivision amendment. I wish I didn't have to pursue either of these. The infill lot obviously makes sense for a home, but this is one of my options to do, and of my 2 options to do, and really the only feasible one that I have. Excuse me. The lot is slightly over 7,500 square feet, and it just doesn't conform to the R17000 standards. Amending the master plan to make one specific location in a subdivision medium density may seem drastic, and I realize that, but that's what makes this infill lot work for development. And this is how the city process treats uniquely configured lots, and the way I frankly have to do it in order to accommodate a single-family home on our exception of a lot. Next, please. Here's just a little survey of the property so you can kind of see what it's used as right now, which is frankly not much. Where I have it starred, you can see that it's a paved roadway used by our tenants of the Blaine property for parking and parking access for one of our neighbors. Other than those uses, the property is highly underutilized. The purple area would be the buildable area and is where I'm proposing to build a small-scale single-family home, and that is being showed in the purple right there. In response to public comments and the Sugar House Community Council letter, this rezone request is supposed to be a philosophical question of whether or not a home can be built on the property. I can't afford to spend unnecessary money on drawings and development plans without knowing the outcome of the rezone process first. In fact, I was advised by staff to not waste money on these materials until the plan development phase. So when this was originally subdivided in 1951, you can see that it was subdivided in an old fashion and before processes were formalized. The subdivision is over 70 years old, and its current configuration has changed immensely since its initial subdivision. While the plat has never been formally amended before, lots have been combined and mid-block alleys have been vacated in what surprisingly has resulted in a fairly typical neighborhood residential pattern. Our lot seems to be the only exception to this, and because of its peculiar historical circumstances, it is left as the only non-developable lot in the entire subdivision. And so because of its unique circumstances, we are simply looking for a unique solution to this. So the question I ask is, parcels that are adequate size and dimensions like ours, should they be blocked perpetually from development because they don't neatly fit in like the surrounding lots? Or should they be granted thoughtful consideration to see how they can be developed to their highest and best use while still maintaining general neighborhood character? What we are fortunate to find, next slide please, is Salt Lake City has a designation called the SR3 zone. SR3 is definitionally a different zone than its surrounding properties, and that it deals with the distinctive site location. This zone has been used liberally throughout the city to provide land use to uniquely located properties where the use of the surrounding zoning districts would render a site undevelopable. Staff report says there are no SR3 properties in the direct vicinity. However, there just isn't an infill lot like ours in the entire area, which is why the SR3 zone needs to be applied so a home that houses just one more family can reasonably and responsibly be built on the lot. Staff report suggests this is a spot zone request. This is so much spot zoning in that we have the only non-buildable spot in the area to make it work. It needs a specific zone. Excuse me. It should be noted that the proposed land use is compatible with adjacent land uses, and the intent of the proposal is to develop infill housing, which is city policy encourages. Next slide, please. City master plans, such as these two, have clearly established objectives to increase housing where it makes sense and can be of minimal impact to the community. Growing SLC seems to be speaking directly to the subject property when it reads, apart from traditional infill ordinances, responding to the unusual age, form, and shape of housing stock should be addressed and leveraged to add incremental density. I know the application doesn't line up with however old the Sugar House master plan is, which I believe was established 22 years ago, but these are citywide, and it's saying let's implement these listed goals everywhere, and Sugar House shouldn't be the exception. As Growing SLC and Plan Salt Lake are both more recent, it is in my opinion that they are conflicting with the Sugar House master plan. Other master plans in the city call for infill development, so relying on a document as outdated as the Sugar House master plan seems illogical in determining the future potential for the subject property. Next slide, please. Here we have a SR3 site plan for the subject property, outlined in red with the setbacks, and as you can see, the buildable area is just a little over 1,300 square feet. I'll pause for a moment, let everyone get a good look at that. If everyone's good with that, we can move on to the next slide. So since the staff report didn't include a clear picture of the subject property's buildable area, here is a drone shot of the estimated buildable area in SR3. As you can see, what I'm proposing has minimal effects on its surroundings. And I don't know that one home on here would somehow set a bad precedent for Sugar House or change the existing characteristics of the neighborhood. So in closing, if a method exists to accommodate uniquely configured lots in an existing neighborhood like the subject property that doesn't fit the Euclidean zoning, it's a good thing. And although you have a negative recommendation before you, I ask the Planning Commission to tackle unique problems with unique solutions and reclassify the property SR3. Thank you. I appreciate your time and open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions right now from the commission?
If I could just make a couple clarifying statements.
Sure.
This is not a lot. It is an illegal subdivision. So just keep that in mind with the uniquely configured lot statement. It's not an existing lot. Salt Lake City does not recognize it as such.
What does that mean?
Means that it was illegally subdivided.
But
So-
somebody just recorded without.
Yeah, recording deeds without a subdivision process.
So does Salt Lake City think that someone owns this piece?
No, that's not the claim. The issue is that in 1950, we established a subdivision process, meaning that if you wanted to subdivide your property, you needed to submit an application with the city to ensure that you met zoning, whatever that may have been at the time. This property, when the deed was recorded with the Salt Lake County, it did not meet zoning, meaning that we don't recognize it as an individual lot that can be built on.
You think it's part of another lot?
We don't think it is part of the other lot. There's been an administrative interpretation and then a subsequent appeal.
Is it nothing?
It's just part, it's part of 1572 Blaine, which is an existing duplex.
And it's currently being used by the people that you believe own it?
It's currently being used for an oversized garage for parking for those tenants. They received a variance approval for an oversized garage. So the link in the staff report provides all of this background for the administrative interpretation. I just wanted to clarify that it's not an existing recognized buildable lot by Salt Lake City.
Are there a lot of illegal subdivision pieces out there?
I'll let Nick jump in on that one.
The answer is probably. Typically, we're not out checking every lot or parcel in the city to make sure it was subdivided until somebody wants to do something with it. And then that's part of the due diligence on our end to make sure that it was a recognized lot, meaning it went through the proper approval processes. If it's not, and it's something that can happen under, with a simple process to legalize it, people will go through that. If it's more complex, like this situation is, where we don't have a process for it other than to rezone it so it can authorize a official subdivision to create the lot.
So if it's part of that other lot, could they build an ADU on it in this buildable area?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Kelsey, are we actually looking at rezoning then 1572?
No. Just a portion of the property.
I didn't think you were allowed to build a ADU with a duplex as the primary residence. Is that?
You are.
Yeah.
That's
Oh.
part of the new code provision, is an ADU is allowed for any use.
Okay.
As long as the zone allows residential uses.
But it would have to be owned by the same two owners, same single owner.
So if I can go back on the idea of if it's not a lot, what is it? I mean, it's not a big black hole in space. But if we back up, like fundamentally in real property, in terms of land use, you cannot do anything with a non-legal lot. Like you have to have a legal lot to start with. My understanding is that you had notice of this as an abstract of the Board of Adjustment decision was, Board of Adjustment, Board of Appeals, the BOA decision was recorded against the property. And so you purchased this property knowing that it was a non-legal, non-conforming, illegally subdivided lot. Is that correct?
That is correct. But if I may, I would like to add that I think a reasonable person buying a piece of property and being given that notice could reasonably assume that these are a mere function of zoning laws in effect in the 1990s.
No, I think a reasonable person with notice would be on notice that this is an illegally subdivided lot. That's what the abstract says. So that was my only question.
No,
Was you took this after, you took this property after that was already on record and you had notice, correct?
I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
correct, but may I? Okay.
Any other?
Yeah, I have a question for Kelsey. I'm trying to, this is clearly a buildable, can I call it a parcel of land? Is that appropriate usage?
Property.
Property?
Yeah.
Clearly, like, someone could,
Terminology, no, it's not a buildable property. Terminology, you could.
a buildable
you
piece
can,
of land.
it's- No, it is not.
I can
So
call it a piece of land.
You
There's
can
no-
build something on land, but under the laws of the state and of the city, it is
Yes,
not a
I
buildable
do
lot.
under what you're,
So I
that's
just
why
want
we're
to
calling
make
it a lot.
sure
I understand
that
the legal
sounds
distinction.
very parsy, but I think it's important that we are right
It is
on
a
that.
piece of land. There is land there.
And that exists.
Somebody could feasibly put a home on.
No, they
and-
could not. It is not a buildable lot.
Can you let me finish, please?
Okay.
I'm just,
Can you
I
let me
think
finish
the
the
language
sentence?
with that is important.
Can you let me ask the question, please? Commissioner Gill?
Proceed.
Thank you. Given that there is a piece of land that somebody could configure into a piece of real estate with some clever architecture, how could the applicant make it I'm trying to figure out what the applicant, it seems to me this is a really underutilized space, and I'm trying to figure out the legal options that the applicant could pursue. So what are the other options?
This is it at this point. The applicant had an option to appeal the appeals hearing officer decision when it was rendered to 3rd District. They did not choose to do so, and so this is the option to rezone this portion of the property. If the zoning is approved by City Council, then they would need to go through a plan development to seek a lot width reduction, and then a preliminary plat to approve the subdivision, and eventually a final plat. So this would be back before the commission if the zoning was approved, because there are a number of modifications that would be needed to make this actually buildable and a legal subdivision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It seems like it makes total sense that you can change something from illegal to legal by changing the law. And that's the process, like that really is the process that they're going. Although I feel like I'm moved by the arguments in the staff report that it doesn't match the goals and it's not appropriate for this spot. That's what I think.
Okay, shall we move to the public hearing? And we'll have more discussion later.
Thank you.
Okay, I will open the public hearing on this item. I have Judy Short up first. And Judy, are you here for the Sugar House Community Council?
Yeah.
Okay, you get 5 minutes.
It's way too hot in here.
It is hot in here.
This was one of 5 items on our agenda last month. We had a lot of people in attendance, a lot of people in the neighborhood. And the master plan calls for 5 to 10 units in this property. And we also know we have a bunch of new housing policies coming down the pike that require smaller lots and cramming it in to get more housing. I'm just not convinced, I think our neighborhood is not convinced that this is the place to do that. The current duplex is not affordable, according to the neighbors. And they know that building a new building, by definition, won't be affordable. So nothing will be affordable about putting these units in. And if 1,300 square feet is too small, then maybe that means it'll be a 2-story building, which will be very close to all the neighbors' properties. There's a lot of animosity from the neighbors about this longstanding problem, and it seems they've not been able to communicate with the petitioners. We think you have 2 options. Either you deny this request, which is our preference, or you ask that the petitioner develop plans with drawings and sign a development agreement that spells out exactly what they'll build in terms of 1 building or 2. Height and dimensions and location on the parcel before this goes to the City Council. Now, I know that's backwards, and Nick is probably gnashing his teeth back there. But there seems to be a history, according to the neighborhood, that the communication is not going back and forth. People are not understanding. One thing is said and another thing is done. So we think this should say something that says what the rental cap will be, so as to meet the city's goal of building more affordable housing. Because that seems to be the argument, you know, we need more housing, we need more affordable housing. Well, let's put it in writing that it really is going to be that way. And in addition, you need to get the fire department to sign off on whether the driveways are adequate for them to get in and fight a fire. We all know what can happen when they're too skinny. It's short-sighted not to make the already built duplex into affordable housing, because the other new buildings will not be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next up is Rebecca Davis. Step up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Rebecca Davis. I'm strongly opposed to the requested rezone from R17000 to SR3 for the property located at 1782 South, 1600 East. The Salt Lake Planning Division has recommended that the request to be rezoned be denied. I believe the Planning Commission should follow this recommendation and deny the requested applications to rezone the property. I own the property to the west of 1782 South, 1600 East. I'm at 1564 East Blaine. As the staff report states, if the amendments are approved for 1782 South, 1600 East, approximately 3 dwelling units could be built on that property based on the square footage of the lot. However, it would be difficult to fit in more than one single-family home based on the square footage. Given the constraints of the lot, any additional dwellings built there would mean the property owner has to request variances for setbacks and height restrictions, and potential dwellings could be built very close to the neighboring property lines, and if allowed, 2-story homes where single-family homes, duplexes and fourplexes surround this lot. This would negatively impact the properties that surround this lot and change the unique character of the neighborhood, which will go against the various policies and goals stated in the staff report. The current zoning for single-family homes and duplexes, which exist in this low-density residential area, approving the rezone amendments for SR3 zoning would allow for medium-density housing to be built on this lot, which negatively impacts the character of the neighborhood. The R17000 zoning designation aligns with the current designation found on the future Salt Lake City land use map.
That's your time. Thank you. Larry Wright. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Larry Wright. I oppose the rezoning request. In the late 70s, this lot was purchased from Salt Lake County for the purpose of legalizing a right-of-way to the back of the property at 1572 East Plain Avenue, and to provide the necessary parking for the conversion of a single-family home to a duplex. The south part of this property was deemed as an extension of the backyard, just like the 5 lots west of it. The purpose statement says that this will be a negligible effect to the neighbors. After our meeting, or because there was no concept plan or details connected to the amendment, on April 19th, I walked the property with the owner to better understand their plans for development and to review with them what some neighbors might object to and ways to mitigate the issues. It became clear that this modest single-family home was going to be a 2-story building, 28 feet tall. This buildable portion of this lot is adjacent to 4 backyards and 1 side yard. The impact on the neighbor's property and the quality of their life is not negligible. This is not the only reason I oppose the request. May I request that Salt Lake City please remedy this issue? Instead of rezoning, this lot should be deeded over to 1572 East Blaine Avenue, which it should have done in 1985. When the city made the variance so that this 4-car garage could be built in the backyard of the current owner who owned both properties thought it was, but he never filed the deed, paperwork. Please fix this, make it go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Wright. Get close to the mic, state your name. There you go.
Hi, I'm Ann Wright. I also live 2 doors to the west of 1782 East Blaine Avenue. I'm opposed to rezoning the property to SR3. I'd like to address one of the arguments in favor of rezoning to increase housing stock. The idea is that by the laws of supply and demand, more housing means more affordable housing. So far, seems to me the opposite is true. Rents are going up among my friends. It seems to me that developers and investors are the ones benefiting from the boom. As I read through the proposed amendment and the staff report in response to it, I kept encountering phrases that indicated a community investment in maintaining the character of neighborhoods by respecting the zoning and, when infilling a block, building modest single-family houses. I think that the modesty of the new dwelling is defined by the character of the existing neighborhood, not by some vague architectural standard. In other words, while a two-story structure might be modest on one block, it is not modest on another. I am afraid that if the lot in question is rezoned to SR3, the modest single-family structure would be a two-story building with very minimal setbacks because the lot is so narrow. This would directly and negatively impact the privacy of 5 neighbors. Also, the structure would not be in keeping with the character of the block. It would rise above the existing roof lines. I'd like to add that the minimal setbacks mentioned above would be made possible by pivoting the structure so that its front, which should face Blaine Avenue, would face 1600. A lot of rules will have to be suspended to build this house. Another undesirable outcome of an SR3 spot zoning for this lot is that under new guidelines, an ADU could be built on the lot in addition to the single-family dwelling. Another ADU could be built behind the duplex that is actually on Blaine and that is part of the whole thing. This is not in keeping with the low-density character of this neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stop. Jan Thomas.
Okay, I'm Jan Thomas. I've actually lived in this house since 1956, so I've been here a long time. And things have changed in the neighborhood quite a bit, good and bad. The one thing I know is when you look at that, when I was young, that whole middle of the block was empty, and I could have seen a house back then. But now, I can't imagine anybody wanting to live in that small of a lot. I mean, it's more narrow than this room. I'm a little concerned, well, I think we're all concerned about fire trucks making it to and from, in and out of this. And the other thing is, close your eyes and imagine your backyard. When you see your backyard, do you see, I mean, hopefully you bought your house and you had a view that you liked and you enjoyed it and it was your oasis, and you go and you sit there and you enjoy it. Well, what these people are asking is for us to have now a building right in our backyard. So somebody right in our backyard all the time. I don't think that that's congruent to what we want in Sugar House. I mean, I've always enjoyed our Sugar House because it's got such beautiful homes and the lots are all beautiful. I mean, there are a lot of beautiful homes. And the duplex used to be just one house. And it would be a beautiful family home. If you want to have a beautiful family home, make it a beautiful family home on 15, whatever it is, Blaine Avenue. That's a beautiful home, a beautiful lot, a beautiful yard. But that isn't it. It's a golden ticket. So we just want to make money is how it seems to be to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Mickelson.
Yeah, my name is Scott, and I'm a colleague of the property owner, colleague and a friend, and have been for over 20 years. And I'm also retired from Salt Lake City. I retired 3 years ago. Worked in the code enforcement department. I respect everybody's opposition. I do. And of course, change is difficult for people. But we're moving forward. We're moving into the future. And everybody is worried about 4 units, 6 units, and all of this development is going to go on if this zoning is approved. I was working for Salt Lake City when the 1995 zoning ordinance was adopted, and that's when the SR zoning was included into the zoning ordinance. The intent is to utilize vacant lots that don't meet the requirements or the standards of that zoning. I've known Stephanie and Anthony for a long time, and Anthony reached out to me a few years ago on my takes on this, and affordability is a perspective thing. I've heard affordability several times up here, and the affordability issue here is that when Stephanie first bought this property, it wasn't purchased with the intent of developing the back, but as her son grew old and grew into a young man, the affordability is for him, that there is an opportunity that maybe home ownership is possible for him. And the SR standards are set so that it accommodates these infill lots, and it is kind of spot zoning. I have a property in the 9th and 9th area that I've lived in for 10 years. It's a small fourplex, and I look around me all over in that area, and there's infill lots everywhere on the blocks. And they're taking narrow lots and they're developing. I believe that a developed property is better than a vacant lot that is full of weeds. Salt Lake City may not recognize this as one parcel, but the county does. The county has 2 parcel ID numbers. It has 2 separate addresses. I'm familiar with the process. I told Anthony he was in for an uphill battle, but that's my take.
That's your time. Thank you. Hal Krimmel. Okay, thank you. I couldn't read your writing.
My name is Hal Krimmel. I live on the 1500 block of Blaine Avenue. I've lived in Sugar House for 22 years. It's hard to add on to what my friends and neighbors have said. I mean, it's an illegal lot, like plain and simple. It's an illegal lot. Number 2, Kelsey and her team have determined that this is not something that you should support. So I think those are 2 facts. If we want to talk about the emotional piece, I think, Anthony, we would love to have you on our street living in that duplex. When Anthony came to Sugar House Planning Council, he talked about wanting to be part of the neighborhood. So that's why I'm bringing that up. He also talked about wanting affordable housing. We've learned that the duplex rents for $2,700 a month each unit, and the previous tenant on the ground floor is moving out because they raised the rent to $2,900 per month. So this is not affordable housing. The other thing I'm extremely concerned about is the fact that an ADU could be built. If you added in the single-family home, you could add another ADU. Right now, just from a neighborhood perspective, and when I first moved to Salt Lake City, I lived in a rental at the corner of 1600, and I forget what the cross street is. So I very much support rentals. I mean, not everyone can afford to buy a house, but it's tough on the neighbors when you have that kind of turnover. You've got different people living in that building every single year. And that's the right of the property owner. They have that. That's how it's zoned. But it's very, very stressful for the neighbors. And to stick in another house back here, and if you look at these lots, let's say that one of us sells our house, we could say, there's plenty of room back there to build another house. Most of those lots are 0.3 acres. One of them is a half an acre. So I think you're setting a dangerous precedent if you allow essentially an illegal lot to be created here. Thank you very much, and thank you for your service to the city.
Camille Thorpe.
Shaky. Everybody else could. Hi, my name is Camille Thorpe. My address is 1784, and the applicant address is 1782. So I just wanted to address a couple things I just heard too about the weeds. There are bees in the backyard, there are gardens in the backyard, and I really took issue with thinking that gardens weren't preferred around here anymore in one of the comments. And speaking of the comments, we had several people that approved or were in favor of this, letters that were written. Some of them were neighbors, and some of them were on Second West, so I'm not sure what their interest is in this. And real estate agents, I'm not sure. I think they were in the neighborhood too. But more people oppose it, and as already stated, doesn't match the city plan. There are lots of homes that have children there, so when we're talking about the access to this property being less than 20 feet right now and not big enough, this is also where, four corners where children are very present. Let's see. I also walked the property with Larry and Stephanie and Anthony, and when I saw what a two-story, I'm not sure what modest means either, but when I saw what a two-story would do, that property's already raised up 4 feet from previous construction, so it's quite overwhelming. And it seems to me that the words that we're running into tonight are the difference between unique and complex. And I'm on the side of it's complex, and I oppose this zone change, as zoning generally is for an area and not just for one home. When I saw what 20 feet and 28 feet looked like, sounds pretty tertiary, but where do all the garbage bin goes? Right now there's potential of 9 in that area and probably over 10. So, wow, hated to end on that note.
Thank you. Peter Gambroulis.
Thank you, Commission. I'm also friends with Anthony and Stephanie, longtime family friends, and have been involved in the development community throughout the county, including in Salt Lake. So when Anthony brought this up with me many years ago, I was like, well, this is a unique situation. So a lot has been brought up during this public hearing comment period, which always happens, that is outside of the question at hand. There's been questions as to the height of the building, the questions of trash can pickup, and these are all questions that do need to be answered at one point. And there is a point in the process that actually comes before this body, and that's the plan development process. Right now, it's a unique consideration that's being had, and that is what we do with an illegal lot. Myself being involved in development, and as it looked like Planning Commission, no one knows what an illegal lot is. And I don't know that the notice would have meant anything to Anthony when they were able to see that when they purchased it. What they did know is we have this particular situation that we have to deal with, and they consulted with city staff and said, how do we solve it? And this is the process that they're looking at, the process to make an illegal lot buildable. It sounds like none of the other lots in this neighborhood were subdivided by the plat amendment process, if I understand. Looks like the existing plat, which has never been amended, does not configure to the lot sizes right now. What would that would mean that this lot was created from subtraction rather than some illegal and precarious situation that the name might suggest. So what we're looking at is a piece of land, whatever that may be in the legal world, whether that's a lot or a parcel, it's a piece of land. And the question is, can we look at this piece of property and say, could a modest home fit here? Would that modest home be in line with the neighborhood? And then we can answer those questions down the road if the answer is yes during plan development. And what would that look like? And what would be the considerations that we have to take? So I would implore you all as the Planning Commission, as I know you will, to consider the things at hand and not get tied into the weeds. I know with the neighborhood, you're always concerned about small deals, but those are dealt with later in the process. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Angelo Nelfis? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission. My name's Angelo, and I'm an architect, and I do business here in Salt Lake. This is a proposal that I really support because it asks some really good questions. Why are we enforcing old rules that no longer serve our citizens' needs in this neighborhood? Why are we letting scarce land go unused? Why are we keeping a citizen from building a home for himself on his own land? Everything about our surroundings is made up. Our rules are created by us, and we shouldn't forget that they can be changed by us. Forgetting that we created our world is the biggest reason keeping us from changing our world. Salt Lake has grown like a weed, and a lot of its citizens have been forced to rent space more than ever, not very good space either. Salt Lake's growth, inflation, and lack of affordable housing has made it harder than ever to buy a home, let alone build one. As you all know, our city has a history of questioning its past. Lately, there's been a lot of talk about accessory dwelling units, missing middle housing, and mixed-use spaces. Salt Lake is obviously advocating for building differently, and in a lot of ways, it's succeeding. We need to start thinking about infill development as well. Think about all the lots out there, like Anthony's, which are currently considered unusable because our old rules are holding us back. This is a time for resourcefulness. We can't afford to let buildable land go to waste. We are getting in our own way. Anthony isn't asking to build a high-density apartment complex, nor a duplex, nor any kind of industrial space for that matter. Anthony just wants to build a home for himself. The details have not been developed. Now is the time to be resourceful. We don't have a lot of land left, and we can't waste it. Salt Lake City needs to ask itself, when and why were its current rules established? And can it afford to enforce rules which no longer meet its citizens' needs? Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. That's all the cards that I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this? You've already, no, did,
Well, I thought I could speak on the property backs directly up to this property.
oh, okay, sorry. I had seen you before. That's what confused me.
Oh, I thought anybody could comment on that other thing, that other.
Just state your name for the record, and you'll have 2
Victoria
minutes.
Gorman. I live at 1798 South, 1600 East. This property, this vertical line backs right up to my property, 1798 there. I have no desire to look at a house. I want to see the sky. I fully agree with everything that's been said, and I will only just say that, number one, this property was purchased by Anthony with the knowledge that it was not a buildable lot, and now he's trying to change the law to give himself an opportunity to build a house that he may or may not live in, and who knows? My question is, why does every infill lot need to be built on? Salt Lake is a beautiful place and has been zoned with so much open space. Leave it open, okay? There's no need to squish a house right in there for safety's sake, for my peace of mind, for all the neighbors that live east of this site. Their views of the sky and the trees would be blocked. The noise from construction and whoever lives there, whether it's a single-family home or maybe not, maybe it's a multiplex, it's an unnecessary development. It does not need to happen. And I heard Anthony mention this area being peculiar and unique. It is. Leave it that way, please.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Step up, say your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Megan Stopczynski, and I agree with our neighbors. We live on the corner down the street from this. Although it is unique and I sympathize with the problem and the situation at hand, I agree that why do we have to squish something into the space? I don't think the pictures actually do it justice. Like a lot of our neighbors, we walk down to see where is this that they're planning on building it. When you are visibly looking at it, it would be squishing a home into the tiniest of places. That is a busy corner, and we've seen just recently because of the floods, the extra traffic that's been coming down and the extra cars and how they're going. And there are children that are playing in these streets, and the construction and the extra traffic, we would like you to please oppose this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Going once? Any emails?
I don't believe that we've had any emails.
Okay, thank you. I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission. Do you want to take a moment to address some of the concerns that have been raised?
Yeah, just one item, if I may. This talk of the ADU and the possibilities of that, while it's true, I want to say that our efforts to have a single-family home on this property began 3 years ago. The application was submitted 4 months ago, but we're doing this for one reason, and despite what like some comments say, how, you know, this isn't for me, who knows, the unknown, like, I'm doing this to become a Sugar House resident, and that is that. I don't know what current rents have to do with anything, or, I mean, that's just what the market does, I guess, I don't know. But the idea is we're not trying to transform a duplex into a triplex and increase rental profitability and a constant stream of tenants, even though it seems like we could do that. We do think the ADU changes are a good thing for the city, but there's another crisis here at hand, and that's home ownership. And with an ADU, there's still financing challenges, such as not having a conventional financing vehicle to that. If a home can be built on the lot, I could then use the land as collateral towards a construction loan and eventually turn that into conventional financing. So again, I just think for the proposal of what I'm proposing, I'm looking for a place to build a single-family home. That's what I want.
Thank you. Commissioners, discussion?
I have just a quick question on the history of this parcel. So was it always formerly part of that duplex parcel, or was it deeded out from different, was it deeded out in sections? How did the illegal subdivision occur? And I'm asking staff.
You would have to pull up the details of the administrative interpretation. It goes through year by year.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the concept is that it's part of that duplex parcel, or
Now-
was before it was illegally subdivided out.
Mhm.
So it looks like both parcels are owned by the same entity, is that correct? Blaine Properties? So in my mind, there is another alternative here, which is you deed back the illegally subdivided lot, and then if you think there's a legal subdivision possibility, you subdivide it legally and proceed that way.
Essentially, this would have to be a legal subdivision. So that's how
Right.
we'll be treating it going
So
forward.
I think in terms of the applicant, there is a solution that's not going to court, and it's not doing this kind of zoning in the middle of a neighborhood with a lot that's inappropriately sized and not conforming with our current laws, which is you deed it back to yourself, create again the whole parcel, and then if you feel like there's an opportunity for a legal subdivision, you pursue that route. I just have to say, if we're going to try and make our way around some convoluted way of excusing prior bad acts where we end up with illegally subdivided lots and want to address that through zoning, I just think it's a very slippery slope. There are other ways to address blights in title that are this significant. And if you didn't know the meaning of this when you looked at it on title, which I kind of doubt, your title insurance company would for sure have let you know, because they would not insure marketable title to this as a developable piece of land. So all of that puts you on notice as a landowner. Is this a piece of ground on which something can be built? Sure. Could we build a Lincoln Logs cabin there? You betcha. Is it legal under the current laws of Salt Lake City? It is not. And to folks who are saying, you know, everything around us is just created, it absolutely is created. It absolutely is made out of nothing. But as, I'm going to get all whatever here, but as a nation, as a state, and as a city, we respect the rule of law. And laws are there, they're not tangible, you don't touch them, but they touch every aspect of our lives, and we better respect them. And there's a process by which we can change them. There's a process by which this can be corrected. That process is not to interrupt the zoning in a consistent area like this by allowing one person to do one thing that no one else would be allowed to do in a lot that is unlike any other lot in the entire area.
Thank you, Commissioner Gale. Anyone else? Commissioner Berry.
Yeah, I have thoughts on this. I don't live far. I actually walk this area with my dog a lot. So I'm familiar with Blaine and all of this area. I think a lot of things have been brought up that I kind of want to hit on. One is, you know, living in Sugar House for 24 years and being involved in for a lot of that time. The thing I hear a lot is people want single-family homes. People want more single-family homes. So it's always confusing to me then when we have the option of like have a single-family home, then they don't want that either. And so the Sugar House Master Plan does call for consistency of housing types and having a single-family home. And this we'll just call it a lot for. I don't want to get into the legalese of my thoughts on that, but. You know, that is consistent. Whether it goes into a different zone or not, I think, luckily, we don't get to this. We're not the decision makers. We're going to make a recommendation, and the city council will ultimately decide on this, so that's kind of nice. You know, things that are brought up about fire access and that, those are things that would happen in the plan development phase and are out of our purview. The fire department would never allow a permit to go through if it didn't meet all of their specifications, so perhaps at some point it wouldn't meet those, and we don't know, and that's speculation. You know, many things have been brought up about what you look at in your backyard, and I thought about, what do I get to look at? Well, I have a 4-story apartment and a 6-story apartment that are right in my backyard, and I love my house. I love my backyard, and I love so people love what they have. But the idea that everybody is only going to love what you love and would only want to live where what you would want to live in is where we get tripped up. So somebody may love to live in this little secluded area and in a smaller house where you may not. So making determinations on the type of home that could be built here, again, is something that I just don't want to go down. And 28 feet is allowed by right in the 1/7,000 zone. So they're not asking for extra height than what somebody could build on any of these lots should they demolish that home. So, you know, aside from is this a legal lot, et cetera, I actually do think it meets the goals of, you know, the Sugar House Master Plan. I think it's hard to meet every goal of these plans. I think it does promote the growth of people-oriented housing for the citywide plans as well. So I'm not against a favorable recommendation for this area, and all the other parts of it can work themselves out in the realms they need to. But we're just making a recommendation to the city council, and ultimately they'll be the deciders.
Anyone else?
Can I say, it's not offensive that you asked, that you made this request, and because I feel like no one should be like, oh, I can't believe he criticized us like that by making this request, because it sounds like this was, you have a goal, the applicant has a goal, and ask the planning department, how do we do this? And this was one of the choices one of the ways that this could be accomplished, where if you want something to not be illegal, you change the law so that it's legal. So I don't think it's offensive in any way that you ask for this. And I think details get worked out. They do. And it's a beautiful neighborhood with beautiful houses, including the duplexes. Fine with me too. But I think it's true that we can have different kinds of houses near each other and without it being an attack. So I'm up for making a motion. You want to keep talking? Everyone else wants to talk.
Brenda? Commissioner Scheer?
I also want to point out that on any of these single-family lots, ADUs can be built, and under things which are now being considered this very evening in an overlay housing situation, 2 or 3 units could be built on each of the lots. So it is not that you're never going to have something in your backyard. You're going to have things in your backyard. There's no question about it. So it's something that we have to think about. This is a priority that's been made through the city that we are going to densify. You know, if that's not something you're on board for, then, you know, you have to talk to your city council member or, you know, or otherwise. But this is the kind of thing that in order to not necessarily just for affordable housing, for any kind of housing. It doesn't even have to be affordable. people need housing. This city's growing, and to densify is a environmentally responsible way to do it. So, so any lot in this particular area on that map right there could have 2, 3 buildings of housing on it.
Mike?
I just wanted to remind everyone that since this is a amendment of the of zoning and the master plan, that the planning commission will not be making the ultimate decision. It will be the city council that will make the ultimate decision. So regardless of how things go tonight, there will still be an opportunity to speak when this is considered by the city council. And would you like to make your motion?
Who was, or do you want to make the motion?
I'm very happy to make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Gant.
Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this proposal for zoning map and master plan amendment for 1782 South 1600 East based on the following reasons. It is the consistency with Housing SLC, which is our agenda item for later this evening, as well as Plan Salt Lake, and our goals outlined in Thriving in Place.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Gant, a second by Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Gale?
No.
Commissioner Tuttle?
No.
Commissioner Barry?
Yes.
Commissioner Gent?
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows?
No.
Commissioner Shear?
No.
Commissioner De Oliveira?
No.
Commissioner Paredes?
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen?
Yes.
And the chair will also vote no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 noes. That motion failed.
Make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows.
Take a deep breath. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council deny this proposal for a zoning map and master plan amendment for 1782 South, 1600 East.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Gale. Commissioner Christensen?
No.
Commissioner Lee?
No.
Commissioner Paredes?
I'll vote no.
Commissioner De Oliveira?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Shear?
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows?
Yes.
Commissioner Gent?
No.
Commissioner Barry?
No.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Yes.
Commissioner Gale?
Yes.
The chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes. So we'll send a negative recommendation to the city council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just make one quick observation?
Sure.
When, and I don't want to necessarily call you out, but when two commissioners start whispering to each other in a public meeting, it sends a really bad message that you may be discussing something off the record. So in the future, let's either disclose what you're asking and talking about so that we know, or just refrain from doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just looking for clarification on why we voted twice, and she explained to me that we're trying to send a positive.
That's perfect. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda.
Madam Chair, can we take a break?
Sure.
It has been 2 hours.
Yeah, it's 7:30. You're right on time. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Amy a minute to get her dinner. It's okay. Hang on a sec. So are you going to put jalapenos on it? Okay, we'll move on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the Sugar House drive-through text amendment, case number PLN PCM 2023-00026. Andy, welcome.
Thank you so much. I will, first of all, excited to be here, happy to be able to present to you on this topic. In interest of time, I'm going to try to move quickly, so feel free to jump in if you have any questions or comments. What we are reviewing tonight is a petition from the Planning Commission to prohibit new drive-through uses in the Sugar House Business District. So just so it's clear for everyone, you can see on the map on the screen, Sugar House Business District is divided into 2 sub-areas that have some different rules, but the same land use table. So we're focused specifically on this area. Currently, drive-through uses are permitted uses, which means they're allowed with simply a building permit, no planning commission approval required. Staff is recommending that you forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. A little bit of background. As I said, this originated from a planning commission request. Staff has presented previously on several different options. The option that the Planning Commission elected to vote on was to prohibit the use in the district. The reason for this is that the purpose statement of the Sugar House Business District specifically states that the purpose is to promote a walkable community with the transit-oriented mixed-use town center that provides a 24-hour, that can support a 24-hour population. And so what we are proposing in order to try to bring the land use table into closer compliance with that purpose is to delete the P, which stands for permitted use, from the corresponding areas of the land use table. So you can see on the table on the screen, CSHBD is the Commercial Sugar House Business District. What we're proposing is to delete each of those squares that correspond to a use with a drive-through facility. There's financial institutions, restaurants, retail goods, and retail service establishments, each with a corresponding land use that includes a drive-through facility. We are proposing to remove that so that it will just be a blank square. Those will no longer be allowed moving forward. We're also proposing one minor clarification, just to clarify that drive-through facilities must be expressly permitted in the land use tables, and there's no confusion about that. I believe you've seen this map before of the existing drive-through facilities. We do want to make it clear that the proposed change will not affect the ability of existing businesses to continue their usual operations. Any business that was established legally before a change is made is allowed to continue as a non-conforming use. They can continue until they're abandoned or voluntarily removed. If one of these uses, if we adopt this change, one of these becomes a non-conforming use and requests to change to a different type of business, financial institution to a restaurant to a retail goods or something like that, because they're both non-conforming uses, there is a process that you have to go through to change to a different non-conforming use, which is subject to determination by the appeals hearing officer. At that point, we do have public meetings, additional review that is part of that process. We've got a full analysis of how this corresponds to the applicable master plan policies and initiatives. Just to pull out a couple, Plan Salt Lake talks a lot about reducing automobile dependency, minimizing car emissions, a beautiful city that is people-focused, providing a balanced economy. The Sugar House Master Plan is likewise very clear in its effort and visioning of the Sugar House, and specifically the business district, as a pedestrian-first area, a transit-oriented, and a lot about having walkable, mixed-use, small local businesses. So we felt that this request did further the goals and policies of the plan, did comply with the applicable documents. A couple points that have come up throughout the discussions previously with the Planning Commission and from staff discussions and public comments have to do with the benefits of drive-through. So there are a lot of benefits. It's a convenient way to access services. There are a lot of people who prefer to get their services without leaving their cars. There are individuals with disabilities who may have difficulty getting in and out of the car. And so I did want to make a note that there are benefits of drive-throughs. They are appropriate and in some areas and provide access to people who may need that. They also proved quite useful during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that has also been coming up in discussions about this. A few things to consider when weighing those factors. As far as equitable access, there are people who may not be able to drive for whatever reason, financially, for disability, personal choice, who might benefit from a more walkable type of built environment. There are ways businesses can social distance without drive-throughs. And then also just important to note that this is not a citywide ban on drive-throughs. This is just specific to one specific area, trying to further the goals, purposes of that area. So drive-through facilities will remain available even in the district, the ones that are existing, and elsewhere in the city where they're allowed in other zoning districts. So quickly, I've got a map here of the city, just giving you an idea of where drive-through facilities are allowed or prohibited. Just a few quick points. They're prohibited in all residential districts. Where they're allowed are the commercial-only districts, CB, CS, CC, CG, and M1 is our light manufacturing. The areas where they are prohibited, if you look in that red column, a lot are the TSA, our transit, the form-based districts. Downtown, we've got D1, D3, and the Gateway mixed use. So typically the areas where drive-through facilities tend to be prohibited are the areas where we have specific zoning districts which are trying to further the goal of creating walkable, mixed-use, transit-oriented types of development. So we feel like this request does help to align the land use tables more not only with the purpose of the Sugar House Business District purpose, but also just in general how this use is treated elsewhere in the city. And again, to show that those people who need to access the services or prefer will still have options throughout the city. What does a walkable neighborhood look like? There were some concerns brought up about, is this anti-business? Would this be bad economically? We have examples downtown and throughout the city in those zoning districts on the map from the last slide where businesses are successful and even thrive in walkable environments. So a couple examples from Sugar House. Millie's Burgers, BGR in the Sugar House Business District, what could be seen as fast food options, but still operate successfully without a drive-through facility. And then a couple examples from downtown. There's Apollo Burger, Beans and Brews, coffee's able to function successfully in the walkable neighborhoods. We also included some research in your staff report about professional best practices, studies, and research in urban planning about the benefits of walkable districts. That generally speaking, that just areas where drive-through uses and auto-centric development, areas that have that do make pedestrians feel unwelcome, do not contribute to the goal of creating a walkable district. And there's also been a lot of research that shows that there are economic benefits. We believe that this proposed amendment may actually be an improvement and a help to the businesses as things continue to develop in a way that furthers the goals of city plans. We received some public comments, and I apologize, I forgot to update this. We had 5 written comments from residents in support. We also received 1 comment from a business owner in the area who was opposed. And then a letter came through after the deadline, is in your Dropbox, from the Sugar House Community Council. I'll probably let them speak to their comments, but generally was supportive with a preference for maybe looking at ways to allow certain types of drive-throughs, maybe those lower intensity ones. But with that, we feel that this petition does support plans and goals of Salt Lake City. We recommend that you forward a favorable recommendation on the request to the City Council. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
Any questions for Andy?
Do car washes count as drive-throughs?
I believe so. You can.
Are they allowed in
No,
this?
they're a distinct, separate.
Okay.
Will they still? Are they allowed? What are they like in this?
I'd have
We
to
don't know.
look through the. I
Okay,
don't know.
what about gas stations? They don't count as drive-throughs.
They're not a drive-through.
It's totally different.
No.
Thanks.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? Any other questions for staff right now? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Judy? And then Lynn.
This is a difficult issue, and we've talked about it, I think, for some years. I think particularly this exact location. But we noticed during the pandemic they were really useful for people that, weren't real mobile or didn't want to get exposed to germs. So what if we allowed them as a permitted use for pharmacies and banks only, but don't make others conditional use? Unless maybe you say that a condition of the facility has a queuing space of 15 cars and no part of the queue is on the public street or blocks anyone's access from their home or another business. I think that's the key. It's the city street that's getting obstructed, which makes everything go haywire. To me, a walkable transit-oriented purpose statement is an oxymoron. Walk or drive, take your pick. If someone's driving in a long queue blocks the driving of the regular guy driving up the street, does it comply or not? What about the pedestrian? They can't get around the car to keep walking on the sidewalk because somebody in the queue's crossing, straddling the sidewalk. So we could ask to have a minimum queue of 5, and that queue would be not in the street, but on their property. And more than that, have to wait in a parking lot to be determined, and the restaurant has to supply the manpower to deliver food to the people waiting in the parking lot. That's essentially how it worked in the pandemic, and a lot of places are still doing that. So that gets the car off the street, which is the object. Or a restaurant could have drive-up space, like Hires on 7th East. I'm not so sure that these queue spaces are always feasible because land is not inexpensive in Sugar House. But a restaurant needing this extra space would have to have a queue of 5 and then a waiting area of 10 or more where people could order and wait in their car. But remember, they're on the land the guy bought. By the time someone builds one of these, technology will be fixed. So when there are 15 in the queue, 5 in their car, 10 waiting, a big sign at the curb flashes and says, "This restaurant is full up, come back later," until someone drives away.
Thank you, Judy. Lynn?
My name is Lynn Schwartz. Drive-throughs should not be permitted for restaurants, fast food establishments, and banks in the Sugar House business districts. People can access these types of businesses by leaving their cars without undue inconvenience. However, I believe there is still a reason for allowing them for pharmacies, with a requirement for adequate stacking spaces. A family with ill family members should not be required to exit their car, enter the store, and potentially sicken other patrons, to say nothing of trying to shepherd sick children through the store. To have pharmacy personnel leave the premises and deliver medicines to a car in the parking lot is not practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Cindy, come on up.
My name is Cindy Cromer, and I hadn't expected to comment on this, but I haven't heard anyone talk about the data from 400 South, where drive-throughs are non-conforming uses. They have become incredibly valuable. No one is surrendering a non-conforming drive-through. And an example would be what we saw last year with the Zions Bank, the circular bank on the corner of 400 South and 700 East, where everything revolved around protecting the drive-through in terms of the potential redevelopment of the site. So I don't think you can assume that by making them non-conforming, they will go away. They will actually become permanent, as to the extent that that's feasible in a rapidly growing community. And I do see that they have a purpose on 400 South, because they're spacing out these big, oversized apartment buildings and allowing light to penetrate into the buildings and the space in the interior of the block. So I have changed my view of drive-throughs based on what's happening on 400 South. I actually see them as having a positive benefit, aside from the ones mentioned for pharmacies. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public. Okay, what's going on? Huh? This is not your item. Okay. Okay. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion and a motion.
Yeah, I have thoughts. This is even closer to where I live. There's two things that really convinced me to look at this differently, because I kind of worried that we were maybe treating it different than other areas that also have problems with drive-throughs. But yeah, the drive-throughs are allowed, or you can get them in other areas, not far from here. You can go to other drive-through fast food places, et cetera, et cetera. And if we did forward a recommendation that would not allow them in the business district, what is there, would be grandfathered in, and there's pharmacies grandfathered in there. There's all that will still exist. Like, I don't think that this is a burden on anyone. And then I think what's really important is to look at this. The Sugar House Business District is effectively the second downtown in Salt Lake City. We don't allow drive-throughs in downtown, and I think that's what makes this particular area amenable to also not having drive-throughs. They create a real pedestrian hazard when you are walking, because this is my neighborhood and I walk it. Yeah, those ingresses and egresses that go in and out of these things are what are really dangerous for pedestrians on the sidewalk, and they're dangerous for people who are riding their bicycles on the sidewalk. So I think banning them from the business district is a good thing, and I'm fully in support of this because if I wanted to go through a drive-through, I could easily access it not that far from here. But if I want to walk and have it be a little bit safer and more enjoyable, it certainly would make it a nicer place to be. And I love that you did Millie's because Millie's has existed since drive-through longer than I have been alive. And so they clearly can do it. Other people can do it too. And I walk to Millie's because it's so nice, right? Those are my thoughts.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to make a motion. Okay. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve this zoning text amendment proposal.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Gent and a second from Commissioner Christensen. Did you have something you wanted to say, Commissioner Scheer?
I'll say it with my vote.
Okay. Commissioner Gale?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle?
Yes.
Commissioner Barry?
Yes.
Commissioner Gent?
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows?
I want to say that car washes are allowed as attached to a gas station in the Sugar House Central business. And I say yes.
Commissioner Scheer?
Yeah, I want to say that I'm kind of convinced by Cindy's argument. On the other hand, I do think we have to zone what we actually want to happen and not try to second guess how the real estate community is going to respond to it. So I'm going to say yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira?
No.
Commissioner Paredes?
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Christensen?
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 yeses and 1 no. So you'll take a positive recommendation. Okay, moving on to the next item. Number 4 is Landscaping Buffers Chapter Zoning Text Amendment. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00098. Nan?
Thank you, Chair. 1 minute while I set it to present. And I don't think I've ever used this computer to present. Is there a certain button I need to push, Aubrey? Thank you. Oh. When it's red, it's presenting. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, now we're ready. So Landscaping and Buffers, Chapter 48. This is essentially a rewrite of that. Well, it is a rewrite of the landscaping chapter. This process began last year. We did present to City Council for a briefing last fall. And why are we updating the landscaping chapter? First, there's been some issues with implementation and enforcement. Right now, with the current code, reviewing the landscaping standards has required development review planners, the majority of their time reviewing building permits has been spent reviewing the landscaping chapter standards. The reason that this is an issue is the landscaping chapter addresses hydro zones, different types of sprinkler heads, and different plant species have to be considered drought tolerant, and this is why it takes so long. There's also the issues of climate change and population growth. So on this screen, this slide here shows the drought conditions from the USDA. 2 years ago, Salt Lake City was within the USDA's extreme drought category. Last year, it was within the severe drought category, and this year, Salt Lake City is listed as dry. At the same time, we've had record snowfall and flooding. It is projected that similar trends of very dry years and very wet years will continue due to climate change. This trend is also expected to be exacerbated by increasing population growth and subsequent demands on development and redevelopment in the city. This affects Salt Lake City's water supply availability, which is forecasted through 2060 and indicates that additional and sustained water conservation or water efficiency is needed in order to have a reliable water supply in the coming decades. Another reason that we've needed to update the landscaping chapter, we're proposing to update the landscaping chapter, is the current chapter has also been proven to be difficult to understand for residents, where residents seek to conserve water but end up being enforced on as their modifications that they've made to their landscaping no longer meet code. And finally, updates to the chapter focus on aligning standards with goals to ensure the landscaping chapter is meeting the goals and policies recommended by council during briefing last fall and adopted citywide plans that have been adopted. So before we go through the proposed landscaping chapter, there are a few things that you'll need to keep in mind. While we are developing this draft, we work closely with public utilities, urban forestry, and civil enforcement. They were included in every draft of the chapter, and they attended multiple meetings with us to discuss needed changes. We also met with 2 local landscaping consultants, PKG Design Group and Landmark Design. They volunteered their time to review the draft changes, and they made recommendations to planning staff on the landscaping chapter. Another thing to keep in mind is that the standards in this proposal are the minimum standards needed. So if residents would like to expand their landscaping, they can, and they would still meet code, but these standards are the minimum in the landscaping chapter. And finally, these standards only apply to required landscaping locations, which are highlighted on this graphic on the slide. If it isn't in a required landscaping yard, so the front or corner yard areas, buffer yard, or park strip, this chapter doesn't apply. Other enforceable standards would still apply, like outdoor storage and standards for the county health department, but it's not for this landscape chapter. And who's affected by these changes? This will apply to all properties in Salt Lake City. Any modifications made to the required landscape locations will need to comply with these proposed standards. This doesn't mean that you have to redo your entire yard or an irrigation system, but any changes that you're making to these required landscaping locations will need to comply with this landscaped chapter. This chapter also applies when a landscaping plan is required. So new construction of a commercial or residential structure, or where an addition to a structure is proposed that will increase the floor area by 50% or more for a multifamily or commercial or manufacturing structure. If a landscaping plan is required, all of the landscaping standards will need to be met. All right, and aligning goals with standards and creating the purpose and intent of this chapter. So these goals were identified in the council briefing last fall, and they're also identified in adopted citywide plans. And they're to increase and protect the urban tree canopy, protect and preserve public trees, reduce the heat island effect, improve site permeability, reduce stormwater runoff, improve air quality, promote community appearance, improve stormwater quality, encourage low-impact development principles, and mitigate visual impacts through buffering.
Okay. And we'll get into, this is a lot of information, but we're going to continue and get into the updated standards. We'll talk about what isn't changing first, because this isn't a completely new chapter. We're keeping what works and updating what we need to. So the required landscaping locations are not changing. The 1/3 vegetation in the front and corner yard and the park strip is not changing. The maximum 20% impervious surface, it used to be hard surface, but we're calling it impervious surface, is not changing. Drip and spray emitters on separate irrigation valves and hydro zones are not changing. And while this is technical requirements, after our conversations with public utilities, we found that above everything else, creating standards for the type of plant and irrigation method for those plants was the most effective tool for water efficiency. We have changed how we will be reviewing that, and I'll get to that a little further on this presentation. So park strips less than 36 inches don't have to include a street tree, which is not changing. Landscaping buffer quantities, mulching materials, and permeability, and structural encroachments in the public right-of-way have been simplified but aren't changing. All right, turf and rebate eligibility. We verified with the Central Utah Water Conservancy District on continued rebate eligibility with this proposed chapter. Those were the same standards that you reviewed late last year. They sent an email stating continued eligibility, which was attached to the staff report. And the rebate standards, the same standards that will allow us to maintain eligibility are pretty similar to what was recently adopted by council. There are a few changes, but we are still eligible for these rebates. So in required yard areas in residential districts, turf is now limited, or is proposed to be limited to 33%. Commercial districts, turf is only allowed in active recreation areas. Manufacturing districts, turf is now prohibited or proposed to be prohibited. And just remember that this is only for required landscaping locations. Outside of required landscaping locations, this chapter doesn't apply. The turf standard, the turf location limitations have remained the same as what was previously reviewed by this commission. So turf is prohibited in areas less than 8 feet and prohibited on slopes greater than 25%. Okay, is everyone still with me? It's a lot of information all at once.
Sorry, can I interrupt, Nan? By rebate, this is if I was to go and redo my whole landscaping, this was the conditions under which I would get rebated. I'm sorry if I'm confused about this. Can you just clarify what that rebate program is exactly?
Yeah, so the state of Utah and the Central Utah Water Conservancy has a rebate program. It's known as Rip Your Strip. But if you have living turf and you convert that living turf to something that's more water efficient or water wise, they will pay a portion of that cost for you. And this rebate eligibility, the city has to have certain standards for residents of the city to be eligible for that. Okay, great. And let me know if there's any questions.
Can you back up a slide? So what you're saying is that we're going to put landscape standards in place that require everyone's front yard, the area we're talking about, not the other areas we're not talking about, to be no more than 33% turf?
No.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
33% is the total vegetation coverage. It doesn't have to be turf. There's no requirement for turf.
No, I understand there's no requirement, but there cannot be more than 33% turf.
Correct.
So if I have grass all over my front lawn, I'm going to have to rip out 66% of it?
No, because this only applies when a property is going through some kind of a change. No one's required to do anything under this provision unless they are redeveloping their property, changing out their landscaping, or doing something like that.
Well, if I change out just a little bit of my landscaping.
That's fine. You don't need to change out all of it just because you want to remove a small little section of sod.
Okay.
A question over here too. So in the case that, for example, you have grass or turf in the front of your house, and you decide to make it cement, like you call it something else, but like put like a driveway or something. Is that something that one can do as a resident, or how is there a process to that?
So any modifications would just need to meet these new standards. So if you're looking at tearing out turf and replacing it with concrete, it would be, you'd be subject to the 20% maximum impervious surface.
Oh, gotcha.
In
So
the front
20%
yard.
maximum cement, essentially, in the front.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, thank you for the clarification. That's helpful for everyone. Okay. And we'll continue if everyone's ready, and you're more than welcome to interrupt me as you have questions. All right, now what's new? So we've done our best to simplify the standards and include graphics, tables, and lists in the proposed landscaping chapter. We've eliminated wordiness where possible. Now on this slide shows essentially what a single-family residential property owner would need to know as they make modifications to their required landscaping yards. It shows the location of the required landscaping areas and the maximum minimums required in park strips and landscaping yards. Now, there is additional information like specific landscaping material standards further down in the chapter, but this is just a brief overview. It's readily available, and the material standards are lists that they would need to know about. The landscaping plan requirements have also been updated. It now requires a planting plan, a grading plan, and an irrigation plan. While a landscaping plan still requires some technical aspects, remain like hydro zones, emitter, sprinkler emitter types, or other irrigation emitter types, and that 100% of the required plants be drought tolerant. Those technical aspects will be verified by a licensed or certified landscaping or irrigation professional at 2 phases of review. So the first would be during the plan review, and the second after installation with a letter of compliance, and before they receive a certificate of occupancy or they're allowed to commence that use.
I'm a little, do we know the cost of hiring these professionals? I'm a little concerned that some residents might find it cost prohibitive and just not, we might just sort of be shooting ourselves in the foot because they might be willing to do it on their own, but they can't pay $200 to have somebody certify this. Do we know what the cost, do we anticipate the city paying for this, or?
So this is only required when there's a new construction of a residential, commercial, or manufacturing development. So it's not required if you're making modifications, if you're a current Salt Lake City resident, and this chapter is adopted, there's no requirement for you to go back and update your landscaping. If you're making modifications, you just need to comply with those modifications to the landscaping standards. If you need a landscaping plan, then it's if you're building a new residential structure, new commercial structure, manufacturing, or you're doing an addition for commercial multifamily over a duplex or manufacturing.
Okay, so just to be 100% clear on this, if Brenda decides she's sick of her green lawn and she's like, I got a nephew, he needs some money, I'm going to pay him to put some rocks, a little bit of plants in there, going to redo the whole thing, she's going to take out all the turf, she doesn't now need to comply with this, that's correct?
She doesn't need a landscaping plan, but she will need to comply with the 33%.
Yes, but she doesn't need to have somebody sign off on this.
Nope.
Awesome, thank you.
Which brings me to another question. What the heck is a landscape or irrigation professional? Because we have landscape architects who are registered by the state and architects who are registered by the state. Are landscape and irrigation professionals registered by the state?
Licensed landscaping professionals would be licensed with the state.
They're licensed contractors. Yeah. Contractors license.
Contractors, yeah.
I mean, we need to be clear about this because those of us who actually have licenses,
Mhm.
you know, with the state, you know, as designers, are different than people that are just contractors.
So it wouldn't just be a contractor. It would be a professional with a landscape background who is licensed with the state.
A what? Licensed as a what is what I'm asking.
It would most likely be like a landscape architect.
Well, then you should say landscape architect because a landscape and irrigation professional, as far as I know, means nothing.
So a certified irrigation professional would need to have a certification from, I think it's the Irrigation Association.
So you're going to let a private organization certify people. So I could open my own private certification organization and certify everyone on the Planning Commission to sign these things. I'm just, you know, I'm playing
It's a good
devil's advocate
question.
here because, you know, I may not open that kind of organization, but somebody else will, for sure.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe we get through the presentation and then when you get to your discussion, talk about what aspects of the proposal you want to discuss changing or not?
I'm for the rest of the commission, I'm starting a little note on issues we may want to discuss afterwards in case there is a long list of changes we may want to make. Just, I'll bring them all up even if they're not ones that I like.
Okay, we'll move on. And we'll get back to that after the presentation. Okay, and in this proposed chapter, trees are prioritized. It's proposed that that the chapter would now require street trees citywide, unless the park strip is less than 36 inches wide. So any park strip over 36 inches would require a street tree. It's also proposing to require street trees in the Northwest Quadrant Overlay District, and allowing a tree canopy to count towards coverage requirements in the landscaping location the tree is located within. Now, while this does incentivize planting new trees, it also may allow trees to be the only living landscape material in that specific landscaping location. A small tree would generally be 300 square feet canopy when mature, so that may calculate in the front yard area and definitely the park strip as the only living landscaping material. Also, to incentivize improving tree health and survival rates, this chapter would require that any changes made to street trees, construction which may impact the root of a street tree, and any new trees are subject to review by urban forestry. Okay, and now new standards for parking lot landscaping. Landscaping in and around parking lots is important as they aim to reduce the urban heat island and reduce stormwater runoff impact. The landscaping standards in parking lots apply to lots with 10 or more stalls. Interior parking lot landscaping areas have a minimum width of 10 feet to improve tree health and longevity. And the new standards also would disperse the interior landscaping areas where one interior landscape area per 6 parking stalls would be required. Exceptions to these standards can be made if a solar collection system is integrated into the roof of carport structures as well. Okay, and stormwater management has also been integrated into parking lot landscaping standards. Biodetention areas are now required in, or proposed to be required in parking lots with 50 or more stalls. Parking lot stormwater management plans must be reviewed now by public utilities for these parking lot areas. Stormwater capture is encouraged in both parking lot landscaping and park strips abutting a public street. And berming is prohibited, and limitations on rock mulch are established to protect stormwater drains.
Nan, what is biodetention?
Biodetention, it's a low impact development principle where stormwater that's runoff from that parking lot is detained in required landscaping areas. So it's the grade of that landscaping area is lower than the parking lot, and so it naturally will pool and infiltrate the ground or evaporate.
Thank you.
So buffer standards in the proposed landscaping chapter have been simplified in a table and a graphic, which is shown on this slide, at least the graphic is. These standards have also been updated to better mitigate differing uses. Rock and mulch limitations have also been included in the proposed chapter. Rock mulch is proposed to be limited to 50% of the mulch used within a required landscaping area. Rock mulch must have a 2-foot separation from a tree trunk and a 1-foot separation from shrubs. This is to promote tree and plant health, reduce the urban heat island effect, and to protect stormwater drains, depending on the slope of the abutting street. Okay, and now on to artificial turf. So artificial turf is proposed to be permitted in required landscape yard locations as an impervious surface. Impervious surfaces are maxed out at 20% in the required landscaping locations. Artificial turf is proposed to be prohibited in certain landscaping locations that include the park strip, interior and perimeter parking lot landscaping, in landscaping buffer areas, and within permanent drainage features. These limitations are due to artificial turf's impact on stormwater runoff, stormwater quality, and the urban heat island. Now, there are in the chapter specific material standards that are proposed to improve community appearance in addition to the impacts of artificial turf. These include artificial turf must emulate natural turf in look and color, pile height and tufted weight minimums, manufacturer's warranty on at least an 8-year color maintenance. It must be anchored sufficiently to the ground, and must have some type of barrier device that separates artificial turf from live vegetation. Now, there was a question from Commissioner Gent about harmful substances in artificial turf, the way that they're manufactured. while we were doing our research, it's because it is a new material, it is difficult to find objective research that's peer-reviewed research articles. It's clear that crushed rubber includes harmful substances, and crushed rubber and rubber infill is prohibited in the proposed language. The Public Utilities Director, Laura Briefer, sent an email earlier today, and I included it in the Dropbox, your Dropbox, that talks about the harmful substances possibly in artificial turf itself. This email was in, let's see. So there's still a lot of questions up in the air. One thing to consider is this landscaping chapter addresses artificial turf in required landscaping locations. Currently, our code doesn't really address our artificial turf. There was an administrative interpretation that determined that artificial turf is not permitted in required landscaping locations. But right now our code, because the landscaping chapter only addresses required landscaping locations in the backyard, artificial turf would be allowed. Council staff has asked, City Council has asked staff to address artificial turf, which we have in the proposed landscaping chapter, as an impervious surface. So it would be maxed at 20% as any other impervious surface.
Can I just clarify on the current standard? Currently, it's not permitted in a front yard, but it would be permitted, the artificial turf would be permitted in a backyard under current standards. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because we don't really regulate backyards. We only regulate front yards.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and the next steps, so this is the first step of updating the way we review landscaping, and updating the landscaping chapter is the first step of our processes and standards. The next steps would include updating supporting documents like Salt Lake City's plant list and hydrozone schedule, updating the Northwest Quadrant allowed plant list, and updating Salt Lake City's landscaping best management practices for water resource efficiency and protection. And we'd also be reviewing the Salt Lake City Noxious Weed Guide to ensure that it's also up to date. As we do these updates for these supporting documents, we'll be working closely with Public Utilities and Urban Forestry. We also expect to either create a web page that simplifies these standards even more, or a handbook that summarizes and simplifies this information. Okay, and back to the first step, which is the landscaping standards and the landscaping chapter. The staff is recommending that the Planning Commission forward a recommendation that the City Council adopt the landscaping chapter. And I'm sure that there's a lot of questions and a lot of recommendations on corrections.
So I want to say you've done a great job. Thank you. It's really good to see. I really like the emphasis on tree canopy because I think that has so many positive benefits. And I'm generally extremely in favor of this. It's just in the sort of what's of this and what's of that I want to make sure I understand it better.
Great.
So, Nan, I have a couple of questions. In looking at the parking lot revisions, did you look at incentivizing some way for using pervious surfaces instead of asphalt and concrete?
We did not look at that. Even with pavers in this proposed landscaping chapter, we're considering them to be a impervious surface because they have a higher runoff, stormwater runoff, than other landscaping materials. But that is something that we can look further into.
I would, that's something I brought up last year too, because if we're really looking at reducing heat islands, those vast parking lots are a big part of that. And there are plenty of other surfaces that can be incentivized to be used that would increase permeability and lessen runoff in that regard. So I think we're missing a component to that. If we're looking at parking lots, let's really look at them. The second thing I want to ask, and I may not have the right term for this, but there's a couple multifamily unit developments in my neighborhood that when they went up, their, we'll just say front yard, became a big hole that they put sod on, and that became basically a swamp. What do they call it? Swale?
A bioswale.
Bioswale. I didn't see any kind of reference to that, because that's just not it's not doable. Like, it's not good. It doesn't work well with any type of use, especially when right in front of it they have where you can go, take your dog for a walk, and they have the little bags that you can use. Well, it's a swamp during a lot of times of the year, and then especially when they water. So it's summer, but they're watering and it's all collecting there. So I don't know if as a landscaping plan, that being a required landscaping area for a multifamily development or that type of a development, that we look at ways that we can avoid those type of, I think it's like a lazy way to do it, right? It's like, we'll just put this bioswale hill because it's cheaper, but it's really quite awful.
Okay.
Landscape-wise, and all of it. So those were my two kind of questions of things that one didn't look at, and one I think we could probably do better on. Thanks. Yeah, and again, thank you it was a lot of work, very comprehensive. I appreciate it.
So, okay, I have 2 or 3 things, small things. So we need to check out, what's a landscape professional before it goes to city council, because I want to make sure that there's at least something really written in there, to not vague. The second thing is, when you said the tree canopy could count as part of the landscaped area, is that the tree canopy when it's planted, or the tree canopy at maturity?
It is at maturity.
Okay.
So all of the calculations would be at maturity.
Right. Okay. That's just want to clarify that. 'Cause that's good. Okay. So it's possible for you to just have trees and not have anything else?
That would be a possibility.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It depends on the size of the front yard and the corner
You just
side
have
yard.
mulch or something underneath it, right?
Yeah, some form of mulch.
Okay. What about people who already have a lot of trees on their property and don't want to put a tree in their front yard, in their park strip, for a lot of reasons? Is there any sort of dispensation for that?
That would be fine in the front yard, in the corner side yard under this proposal. They would still need to provide the 33% living vegetation. In the park strip, if the park strip width is over 36 inches, they would need a tree based on that length.
So, but 36 inches is, okay, good. All right, just checking. When you said dispersing landscape through the parking lot, like every 6 spaces, is there any, I have a reaction to that. Like, I hate these little, islands of park. I'd rather have one big one, or at least one long strip, so that you could, plant tree, and park under it and stuff like that. So this seems like it might be tending us toward a little micro things which the trees wouldn't be able to talk to each other.
Okay.
You guys are laughing, but trees do talk to each other. So this has actually been established,
It's a real concern.
Don't laugh. We want to make sure the trees have friendly relationships with each other. And I'm concerned that when they're just in, parking lot size little parcels, that we're not actually or it's really small parcels, that we're not, and we've had some situations where those kinds of things have happened in planning commission, and we're like, why don't you group these together and make some place that's actually, you know, where you could put a playground or play set or something. So, I mean, I think there's some potential there to work on that.
So in the perimeter parking lot landscaping, you are able to cluster. You don't have to separate the trees. You are able to cluster under this proposed chapter. With the interior landscaping areas, if it's a single loading bay, so
Right, I know a single
one
loading bay,
side is the perimeter parking lot landscaping, the other is vehicle loading. That is one interior landscaping area per 6 parking stalls. If it's a double loading bay, we do allow for that landscaping, the interior parking lot row landscaping strip.
Okay, great. You've thought of all these things already. Okay. So, when you said rubber infill is prohibited, what's rubber infill? Is that rubber mulch that they sell at the hardware store?
It is.
So you're just going to say, sorry, Home Depot, get rid of it.
So some of it is recycled tires, and that has harmful substances like heavy metals and known carcinogens.
I'm with you 100%. I just want to make sure that's what you're talking about.
Yes, that is what we're talking about.
That's all.
Any other questions right now? Okay. We will open the public hearing on this. I have one card here from our friend Judy Short.
Sorry to take up all your time tonight.
It's okay.
You know, I am a master gardener, and I usually understand this stuff pretty well. And so I was really heartened to hear all your questions, because I had most of the same questions. And I think, like, for example, there's nothing said about vegetables. If I expand my vegetable patch, do I need a permit for that? At the same time, it doesn't make sense that you don't regulate the backyards. Why let somebody have all rocks in the front and then all grass in the back? There are just a few inconsistencies that I see. I think a manual would really be helpful. I know when the ADU manual came out, I'm sure it was a pain to write, but the questions to me and to others really were less because people were informed. You know, I have an example of a yard that's, my trees play nice with each other. They're honey locust trees, and they're 20 feet taller than my 28-foot house, or 24-foot house, whatever that is. They're huge. But the roots are right up to the ground. So do I take out all the turf? I'd love to. But what do? Do I walk on roots and risk breaking my ankle? Or do I put bark in it? And then I have to pick out each little stem all winter long? I don't think so. So somewhere there needs to be some more detailed guidance. And I'm glad you're asking about the cost of these certified landscape specialists, or whatever they're called, because I might be able to afford it, but there are probably half the people on my block that would stop them. You know, they can pay somebody to take out the sidewalk or take out the concrete, some of the hard things, but the simple stuff we really ought to be able to do. And there's a little subtle thing in here that says, oh gee, if you have trees and then other plants in the same area, you got to have 2 different systems because they water differently, and I understand that. But you got to give us some direction maybe, and how we can do that without costing a fortune so that more people will do it. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're going to be just stuck with those pebbles, which are just nasty. They do nothing but make the air hotter. And then do you have enough zoning administrators to handle this workload? Do we need to lobby the city council for a budget increase in 2024? So, think about that.
Thank you, Judy. Let's let Lynn go and then Cindy. Oh, you were just letting her sit down. Cindy, go ahead. I'm not saying anything for this. Okay.
I'm
Cindy,
going to make
go
a
ahead.
suggestion that Judy sit on the end of the row at the next meeting. Okay. I'm still Cindy Cromer, and I don't know whether the staff report includes this, but Bill Rutherford, when he was the urban forester, created a process by which you could plant a tree on private property and it would count as the public tree. That's very helpful when you have a narrow park strip. I believe from talking with the current urban forester, Tony Glenat, that that is still in place. And then the thing I wanted to contribute was that I really don't think that artificial turf has any place because it sets the standard as excessively green grass as a goal, an objective. And I don't think it should be used anywhere that the city is regulating because it sets the standard as green, 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 and is symbolic of turf. So if you're trying to get away from that, it really does not make sense to allow artificial turf anywhere in the required areas. Thanks.
Thank you, Cindy. Anyone else want to contribute to this public hearing? Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission.
Thanks so much, Nan. That was excellent report. I'm super excited about this. I think this really moves us forward. I think Cindy made an outstanding comment about artificial turf that I hadn't thought of. I had concerns about the safety of it, but I think it also, I got really excited when I was in Washington, Utah a few months ago, and I saw some new developments with artificial turf, and I thought, this is so great. It's so great they're not putting in green grass. And then, a little bit of digging reveals it has these health concerns, and then I hadn't even thought about, what sort of, what is that sort of symbolizing as a goal here. So I think that's a really good point. That's my only concern in the landscape and irrigation professional. I think I'm generally concerned about requiring certification of professions because I think it's sort of this is maybe not something generally of concern of the Planning Commission, but I think it sort of restricts labor and people's choices in a way that I don't like in general because, you have to have a license to be a hairdresser and you have to have, some places you have to have a license to braid hair. And I mean.
We are both going to complain about that.
All right, you go ahead. I'll shut up.
We have a license
And
as
maybe
well.
Anaya could complain about it too, there are lawyers. What about doctors? Come on, guys.
Yeah, I think we get lost a little bit in that though, because it's for more commercial lots. It's for the multifamilies, the offices like that. You pretty much need that professional anyway. I think for residents and homeowners, it's not as big of a deal and it's not a requirement. So I don't think we should get caught in the weeds in that. I am on the fence on the turf because I do think it is an innovation that is kind of happening. I played football on very hard turf, and then the time I played, it got to be this kind of engineered turf, which completely changed the way that it works and it's engineered. I think that it could be a viable option in the future. So I wouldn't cut it out completely. I would think of ranking it somehow to where, the carpet from Home Depot, maybe that's a no-go. And maybe the engineered turf that has the rubber pellets in it that go down the storm sewer is also a no-go. But maybe there's somewhere in the middle where it's, like a recycled material that we could potentially use that's going to use less water and give a place for a pet to play or something that's useful, but we think about it in a different way. I think it's something that we shouldn't just completely write off, I think.
John, I would be totally on board with that if there was any sort of regulation of this industry. There's not right now. They almost all have PFAS from the ones that have been tested, and then they require watering to cool them down when it gets hot. Bonus.
Unless they're in the shade.
Unless they're in the shade.
So that's what I'm just saying. I think that we can I think that we're putting them all in one bucket instead of thinking about it as like, what is the future of the product? Could it evolve?
I think that's true, but I don't think there's a way. So to the point about the backyards, I would love to regulate the backyards, but I don't think, like, absent a really big enforcement mechanism, we just can't do it. Like, it's just not practically feasible. And I think artificial turf standards, given where the industry is also something we don't have the ability to sort of test, like, did you make yours out of recycled tires, or did you make yours out of something else? So I don't think it's an option.
When we look at fire ratings in a building, there's a standard that they have to meet for you to be able to use it. That's all I'm saying, is if there's a standard that's out there that is reasonable, we could look at that, and that's the point I'm getting.
One of the comments in one of the letters was sent was protesting having to put in a sprinkler system or a drip irrigation for a tree, and couldn't you just plant, water it by hand or with your hose? Do we require that?
So street trees, no. The proposed ordinance only states that a street tree needs to be sufficiently irrigated. If a landscape plan is required, so new construction, residential, commercial, or addition, then it's a permanent irrigation system
So
for the
city
park
puts a
strip.
tree in for me, which they said they would do.
We got 2 and they died. So.
Then I can water it with my hose, and that's okay. Okay, I will do that, I promise.
To the enforcement question, I mean, I think we can talk about all of these things and put them in place, but I mean, realistically, in terms of, for example, the turf, which I'm not sure I'm sold on yet either, like, who's going to go and measure and look at the base and see how it's, like, are we relying on neighbors to be like, their turf is too short, and they're going to call that in, and then somebody has to go out there and check, and it just seems like realistically, we're going to have people just saying, oh, hey, they have turf. Oh, hey, they have turf. I'm going to get my own turf. And it's going to go kind of run amok because the enforcement is going to be so incredibly
For artificial turf.
difficult. Yeah.
It will be difficult. Part of the landscaping or irrigation professional is seeking to address some of that because it's a professional that's signing off on compliance after installation. So, we can ensure that it's installed correctly. But if it's a homeowner making modifications to their landscape, whether they hired a professional or did it themselves, it would be very difficult, near impossible to enforce.
I mean, I think that makes me really lean on the side of just saying don't allow turf until we figure out how it's regulated, what the rules would be, and how we're going to enforce it, because we're going to end up with artificial turf all over the place that's got rubber pellets or is leaking permanent plastics into our water and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, to me, the turf piece is a little bit of a sticking point, just both for the things that have been articulated and for the enforcement on it. It seems so difficult.
So the rubber pellets is easily enforceable because it sits on top of the turf. I think that I had.
I'm not an artificial turf expert.
I had a image on this slide about how those rubber pellets
That
sit
top
on top. The PFAS substance that's within artificial turf, it's a new industry. If you look at manufacturers' websites, they'll say one thing, that it's a safe material. If you look at different news articles, they'll say another thing, that it isn't a safe material. There's no regulation. EPA even just last month started regulating drinking water with PFAS chemicals. So artificial turf right now and for the foreseeable future, there's not going to be regulations on that industry.
I didn't see any reference in the new regulations that specifically mention these elevated grow boxes that so many people are putting in their front yards, that they're like an elevated box surrounded by gravel. Is there any attempt to regulate those, or?
Not in the front yard. In the park strip, it would be considered a structure, and so you would need a encroachment permit since it's an elevated, it's a form of structure on city property. But in the front yard, the proposed chapter doesn't have any standards regarding planter boxes. They are in the park strip. In the front yard, you know, we didn't include it in the proposed chapter. You know, if that's a recommendation this commission would like to make, you're welcome to.
I mean, we could count what's inside of if you're talking about a raised bed, you know, a raised bed, you could count what's inside the raised bed as planted area.
Yeah.
'Cause it is planted area.
Yes, yeah.
In my neighborhood, it's a raised bed of weeds in a lot
Well,
of cases.
weeds are plants. You know? And we have separate weeds. We have a separate chapter on weeds.
Okay, could we maybe get a motion here?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council adopt this proposal with the following modifications. 1, define a landscaping or irrigation professional. And 2, remove the portions of the change that allow artificial turf.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Paredes.
So I just want to have a really quick discussion to the motion. I think we've brought up a lot of points here that Jan was taking notes on that could potentially, beyond the conditions that you just mentioned, that could change between now and the city council. So I feel like we're not capturing all the comments and feedback that you've gotten, but that just might be me. And I don't know what that'll look like then, if what changes you make then to the city council, because you can modify it between now and then. And I don't know if a direction that you review all of the things that we mentioned and then make those into the recommendation to the city council are in there.
After the planning commission adopts a motion, we don't modify a text amendment unless it's directed by the planning commission in their motion. There are some times where we'll find like a technical error, like, oh, we referenced the wrong section, and we'll correct those types of things, but we won't make substantive changes in that transmittal process. That's up to the commission to give us that direction to do that.
So I feel like there were a lot of things we brought up that aren't captured in those two conditions.
Do you want to make a substitute motion?
I don't know. I don't know if it's worthwhile to like ask Nan to come back with a updated thing or just to condition it. I don't know. I didn't keep a list of everybody's comments.
I think actually Andres captures the concerns that I had, and I had the
And those
a
are the
long
major
list,
ones.
so.
The one thing I heard one thing I did hear you mention, Amy, Commissioner Barry, was specific incentives for permeable parking lot surfaces. And I think I agree with you. I think that's one of these things that takes money, and I don't know if we have the landscaping ordinance is going to involve a budget. And
see, that's the thing. I don't necessarily want to condition a motion to that because I think it warrants some further looking at.
We have had several developments where they have used impervious asphalt in their parking lots, and because of our freeze thaw cycle that we have here, which is very extreme for a lot of places, it breaks down rather quickly.
There are other alternatives to that, though.
There may be, but how you codify that, I have no idea. Right? We'd have to look at that, and the most probably obvious example of that was the Natural History Museum up at the University of Utah, which had to replace their entire parking lot after 8 years. They did go to a paver style to achieve the same goal, but I think that there's still some probably lack of evidence about those other alternative impervious services and how they work in our very specific freeze-thaw cycles, because we go even day, like in the same day we'll have that. And anytime water gets down in those systems, it starts to raise things up, it cracks things open. And so it's really challenging here compared to other places that may stay frozen for a while. And they don't have the length of, our freeze-thaw cycle goes all winter, whereas some places don't.
So then what are your thoughts about redirecting runoff for those bioswales? Because those are all that is just grass, right? When a development incorporates that into their landscaping, it's all turf, and they don't plant it with any other vegetation than sod. No, this wouldn't be parking lots. This is like the front yard of a multifamily. That was my first thing. Now I've moved on. So those bioswales that are happening in the front yard of multifamily units, which is near me, where it's all grass and there's just a big hole where they drain their water instead of taking it to the curb, to the gutter. What are the thoughts on that?
Probably can't take it to the gutter.
They could. No, they could.
Hang on.
No.
They could.
That's probably a requirement, because you have to retain water so it releases into the city system at a certain rate.
Yeah.
That's what those are for. So the way to address that is to add that as some place where turf is prohibited. And then maybe there's some other plants that could thrive in that kind of a situation. So then would this landscaping plan then effectively direct so that it wouldn't just be sod? Because it's just a swamp. So you can add a condition that says sod is also prohibited in required stormwater retention basins.
Fair.
Okay.
Can I make a friendly amendment that we add that condition?
Can you do that?
Open to it. I just want to make sure, Nan, who's studied these issues a little bit more, it didn't get in there. I just want to make sure there's not a good reason we didn't include that in there. Was it just we didn't think about it? I just want to make sure there's something we're not.
I'm a little worried about that one, because I feel like the grass holds the soil together, and if you start not planting that area or adding other things, it becomes an issue.
I think this is something, and I think staff was anticipating addressing some of these things in bioswales when we update our plant lists, our recommended plant lists. So I think
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
something-
Then I'll rescind that friendly amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay. Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
No.
Commissioner Shear,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
The chair will also vote yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yeses and 1 no. We'll forward a positive recommendation. Thank you, Nan.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is affordable housing incentives. Case number PLN PCM 2019-00658. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. So this evening, I wanted to give the presentation for the staff report and the public hearing for the affordable housing incentives. And so in March, we briefed you on the incentives at 2 different meetings, and then this will be a continuation from the hearing last May, where, continuation from the hearing last May, where the item was tabled. So first, I want to go ahead and go over the goals of the affordable housing incentives. I will try to keep this presentation relatively brief, since I know you have heard much of this information before, and there'll be a little bit of new information as well. So the goals of the affordable housing incentives are to implement city plans and policies. This includes growing SLC, the city's current housing plan, as well as Plan Salt Lake, the citywide master plan. The intent is to allow for additional development right, and this can potentially reduce the income required for affordable units, as well as increase the number of affordable units in developments that already provide affordable housing. It may also provide for market rate to allow for affordable housing in their developments. It is important to consider that land use and zoning are one of many factors when looking at housing in the community. I wanted to provide some additional information as far as what is affordable. So the median family income for the Salt Lake metro area, which includes Salt Lake and Tualatin County, in 2022 was $102,400. And then you can see the area median income at 30%, 50%, and 80% AMI. And then what that would be the equivalent for a 1-person family and a 4-person family. And then housing is considered affordable if it does not take up more than 30% of a household's income, and those numbers are on there as well. And then just for this, consider some of typical salaries in different fields, and then also looking at the increase in median income over the past 6 years. This is from the census, and it's the most recent data available. So it's about 37% increase in median income over the past 6-7 years. And so just looking at this and comparing it to some of the increases in rent, so this is for the Salt Lake City MSA, looking at the typical market rent in January 2016, it was $1,087, and it has increased about 58% to $1,723. And then looking at for sale housing and the increase in housing prices, in 2015, the median sales price was $259,000. By the end of 2022, this had doubled, and then as the end of the first quarter this year had gone down slightly, but still up 88% from where it was in 2015. So looking at the key considerations for the affordable housing incentives, there were 5 identified in the staff report. The first is implementation of city goals and policies identified in adopted plans. Also looking at the affordability level, that is the AMI or area median income, and the percentage of units designated as affordable. Neighborhood impacts and possible ways to mitigate them, the administration and enforcement of the incentives, and then also infrastructure impacts. I want to go ahead and briefly go over the proposal itself. So it is an incentive-based proposal rather than an inclusionary approach where the units would be required to be affordable. The incentives are allowing for that additional development right, and there are a number of different ways that we're proposing to allow for this. It includes additional height, additional building types in some zoning districts, process modifications or waivers, and then modifications of development standards. And so with these incentives, they would require that the housing be income restricted as affordable at a particular AMI, and the incentives range from between 30% AMI to 80% AMI. After the public hearing last year, the mayor's office convened a focus group, and this focus group made several different recommendations. The first was to remove the proximity to transit and arterial road requirements. Wanted to incentivize preserving existing housing, increase the design standards for single and 2-family zoning districts, provide additional incentive options for deeply affordable and larger units. And then they also made several recommendations for future zoning and subdivision text amendments. As far as the incentives themselves, want to start with multifamily and mixed-use zoning districts. So the goal of the incentives in these zoning districts is to allow for additional affordable units where these are permitted, and there are a few different ways that this would be provided. The first is with additional height by right or with administrative design review rather than a planning commission process, to allow additional housing types in some commercial zones and the institutional zone where they're not currently permitted. And then in the city's transit station area zoning districts, allow for an additional 1 or 2 stories as long as affordable housing is provided, rather than if they qualify based on their administrative review point score. And so the incentives that would be options for these types of developments would be the 3 presented in May of last year. And again, these don't apply for the RMF zoning districts. And so these range from 10 to 20% of the units, and then are between 60 to 80% AMI. And then the additional incentive options, which we're targeting lower AMIs and also larger units, and more affordable units would be ranging from 5 to 10% of the units, and then 30 to 80% AMI. So the intent of these is that market rate developers could potentially include affordable units and projects without it affecting the return, and that existing projects that provide affordable units could construct more units. And so the changes to the proposal from last year include additional incentive options for more deeply affordable units and for larger units. So next I want to move on to the proposal for the residential multifamily or RMF zoning districts. There are 4 RMF zoning districts in the city. The changes to this part of the proposal are fairly minor, but I wanted to go ahead and identify what the different standards are. So for these zoning districts, there is no additional height or building coverage permitted. The minimum lot width requirements would not apply. The yards would apply to the perimeter of the development. And then if there are less than 10 units, there is an allowance for a reduction in parking. And then if there are more than 10 units, they would follow the parking requirements in the new parking chapter. And there are some allowances for affordable housing. We've added design standards specifically for row houses and sideways row houses. And then in order to take advantage of the incentives, the proposal must meet the affordability requirements. These have not changed from the previous year. And the proposal for these zoning districts is that the density limits would be removed if the rental housing met one of the 3 options shown on the slide. And that for sale housing, a minimum of half the units need to be affordable to those with incomes at or below 80% AMI. And then for the incentives in these zoning districts, no more than 25% of the units can be less than 500 square feet. For the single and 2 family zoning districts, there are a number of changes from last year. The single and 2 family zoning districts are the R1, FR, R2, and SR zoning districts. And in these zoning districts, additional housing types would be permitted. This includes 2 family and twin homes where those are not already permitted, triplexes, fourplexes, sideways and row houses in groups of 3 to 4, and cottage developments. And if it's new construction, half of the units would need to be affordable at 80% AMI. One of the recommendations from the focus group is to incentivize the preservation of existing housing units. And so if an existing housing unit is preserved, there would be a lower requirement of the percentage of units, and that would be lowered from 50% to 1 of the units. Could allow for a second detached dwelling on the property. And then the existing height and lot coverage requirements would apply, and the existing setbacks and yards would apply to the perimeter of the development. The proposal for the single and 2 family zoning districts would apply in all areas of these zoning districts. One of the recommendations of the focus group was to remove the proximity to transit and arterial requirements due to the frequency of non-fixed route transit changes, and this also increases the equitable distribution of additional housing types. Just wanted to highlight the development standards for these zoning districts. So again, there would be no increase in height permitted from the base zoning district, no increase in building coverage permitted, and then the same or increased yards or setbacks would be required for the perimeter of the development. There'd be no minimum lot width, and then 1 off-street parking space would be required per unit on the property. There are some increased design standards. There were some existing design standards for street-facing facades. And there are some new requirements for street-facing facades. One of these is for durable building materials. At least 50% of the building materials would need to be durable. As far as administration, a restrictive covenant would be required. This would be required for 30 years and would transfer to any future owner. The city will prepare guidelines and administrative requirements. There is a requirement for annual reports that would be reviewed, and if a property is subject to another funding source like the low-income housing tax credits or Olene Walker, they could submit the report required for that funding source. For affordable homeownership units, there will be administrative requirements that will set the maximum price annually. The city will have the first option on resale, and then owners would need to meet the income requirements at the time of purchase. For affordable rental units, the monthly rent, including costs, should not exceed the rate set by the Utah Housing Corporation. And then we will have administrative requirements to address if a tenant's income increases, particularly if it's not subject to another funding source. For enforcement of the incentives from the proposal from last year, the enforcement penalties have been clarified. There is an increase in the fines that could apply. Non-compliance can result in a lien being placed on the property for the fines. Additionally, the business license associated with the property can be revoked, and others associated with that individual cannot be granted a license for 6 months after the license is revoked as well. As far as a development and infrastructure, any proposal would need to meet building, fire code, and public utilities requirements. As with existing development, new development would need to provide any necessary improvements. Depending on the size and the scope of the project, this could include replacing a water or sewer main or lateral. As far as water supply, the city has a 2019 water supply and demand master plan that is to be updated this year, and the city's plans accommodate for infill development and also development in the northwest quadrant. This is primarily done through emphasizing system conservation. Wanted to touch on the public comment that we've received. We did have on 2 different surveys. The first was in late 2019, early 20, and the second survey in 2020 received a substantial amount of comment that's included in the staff report. In 2022, when the proposal was released, we did a significant amount of public outreach to the community and received comments back. And then in late 2022, the focus group met and provided recommendations, and then we have received a few comments on the proposal this year. And so staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the City Council on the affordable housing incentives.
Thank you. Questions from the commission? Concerns? Okay, we need to do a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing on this item. First up is Lynn Schwartz.
While it is imperative, I'm Lynn Schwartz. While it is imperative that some incentive program to increase affordable housing be enacted, this is the wrong one as far as what is proposed for single and two-family zones. While I have no objection to two-family, twin home, or duplexes, the shoehorning in of triplexes and quadplexes into single-family neighborhoods is a huge mistake. You only have to look at the examples of tri and quadplexes illustrated in the staff report to see how to uglify a neighborhood. A healthy city has a wide diversity of appropriate housing types in appropriate neighborhoods. However, by heavily tilting the scales toward investor-owned rentals, the stability of neighborhoods with individual homeowners will be reduced. With it goes the ability to plan school resources and the advantages of accumulating generational wealth. Larger families will be forced to leave Salt Lake City as these single-family replacements will be, of necessity, smaller units. Let us set up a housing fund for lower-income families with significant, substantial help with down payments and interest rate buy-downs to encourage the more gentle densification of two-family twin homes and duplexes. That way, the character of single-family neighborhoods is not so drastically impacted and your goals can be achieved.
Thank you. Next up is Cindy Cromer.
This is a trademark project for Sarah and more recently Brooke, and I want to just applaud her patience with me in particular. So if you look around tonight and compare the number of people still here with the number of people in your meeting a year ago, I think one could argue that you just wore us out with this project. This started as an overlay. That was the concept a year ago, along with requirements for proximity to transit. Then the label changed to incentives, and I want to make an argument about that, because as we learned with ADUs, the city can only guess at what will be an incentive and affect behavior. We don't know. I have referred to this project as either affordable housing or affordable housing initiatives, because until we see the results, we don't know whether they were incentives or not. So it would be more accurate to use the word initiatives, I think, and to compile data, which is incredibly important, to see whether these strategies accomplish their intended purpose. The mayor's working group ensued, and I want to thank especially the developers who donated their time to participate in that group. It was a diverse group of people. And they contributed very meaningfully by actually generating the numbers, doing the math on whether these incentives might affect more upscale, expensive properties. The answer is no. This is not about equitable, affordable housing throughout the city. It's about maybe, if they work, using incentives to create housing, but it's not going to happen in some neighborhoods. So you saw that at your last meeting in Fair Park, where the house was going to be demolished, 8 new homes. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Burnett.
Hello, my name is Brian Burnett. I live in District 6. I'm the vice chair of the Foothill Sunnyside Community Council. First of all, I'd like to thank you for all of your time tonight and many other times that you've spent long evenings analyzing this issue. I'd like to thank the staff. I think they've done, a lot of effort on a very difficult and complex issue. I think we all are interested in affordable housing. This reminds me a little bit of, some of you probably have experienced this. Sometimes you drive by the blue bins and your recycling bins in your neighborhood and you see things sticking out that can't be recycled. We call that wishful recycling. And, there are unintended costs of that. The city has to sort out that material. It doesn't end up being recycled. It's, So this, it's kind of wishful affordable housing to me and many people. I think there are unintended consequences. The goal's great. But I just want to focus on the single and two-family zoning districts. I think there are just going to be a lot of unintended consequences, and I'd like to focus a little bit on enforcement. I know that that's been beefed up this year, but still it's essentially a self-reporting system with hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions annually where you fill out a report. You don't have to provide the personal data of the people involved. You confirm, the owner of the facility confirms a verification that the tenants qualify income-wise and you're renting it. You got to verify that somehow. I just don't think the city will have the staff ever. I know they mentioned they could hire that out. I don't think that's going to happen. So essentially, you'll never know whether or not you have affordable housing pursuant to this proposal. In the big complexes with professional staff and stuff like that, that might work, but over 30 years with thousands of transactions, that's not going to happen. I mean, and some of these will end up being short-term rentals, and short-term rentals are just, they're hard. So here's a city report, 40 pages long on one short-term rental. They made 14 visits to this facility. And then after a long time and found it was, in fact, in violation, the attorney appealed it to district court. That's another 2 years. I don't think the city has the staff or the political will to enforce this in any meaningful fashion, so you'll probably never know whether or not we have affordable housing in these districts. You know, there'll be some short-term rentals in this situation. I fear in my neighborhood, we're right across the street from the university housing on Sunnyside Avenue. That's what our district starts. I think in the long run, if this happens, what'll happen is, I grew up in Logan, just at the base of Old Main Hill. When I was growing up, that was a beautiful housing district. And now, if you go back to that, it's houses cut up into rentals, a lot interspersed with other rentals, facilities, and it's just a poorly run down area of town. I don't want that to happen to my area, but I fear that's what would happen. It wouldn't happen immediately, but over a generation, that's what would happen. So I would encourage you not to do this to the single and two-family zones. The people in my neighborhood, although they're not all here, when I've talked to them, they feel the same. It's overwhelming opposition to this proposal. It's better than it was. I know they've put a lot of effort into it. And it's a laudable goal. We're all interested in it. But at this point in time, I think it's just wishful affordable housing. I don't think it's not going to move the dial. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Hemming?
Good evening. I want affordable housing. This city needs affordable housing. My neighborhood supports affordable housing. But there is a philosophical difference about how we achieve that. Some incentives in the plan might work, but others will not. Enforcement seems to be more like a hope and a wish rather than a solid reality. Owner occupancy is not required. The plan fails to acknowledge this one fact. Density does not equal affordability. Everyone on the planet knows this. Apparently, the memo hasn't reached Salt Lake. I watched as Wayne Niederhauser, coordinator for the state's Homeless Council, appeared before the state legislature hearing this past session. He made something very clear. Without tax credits, low-income housing does not pencil. The good news is developers might be able to tap into some of that state money as they try to build affordable units. This plan might reach some at the very top of the affordable housing scale, but those at the bottom might not see much relief. As you know, in this plan, developers have the power to decide which area median income level gets into or stays out of their affordable housing projects. While some positive statements have been made in the new 2.0 version about protecting historic properties, the city, out of the other side of its mouth, is launching new historic overlay amendments which could actually reduce our historic properties and eliminate local historic districts. The biggest flaw, 44,000 single-family and two-family homes eligible for replacement by fourplexes and other density housing. Fact. Salt Lake City has the lowest percentage of family-sized housing units among regional peers. This plan poses another threat. All of those studios and one-bedrooms that will be built through the AHI will not fix this problem.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that's here that'd like to speak on that? Come up and introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Ryan Smith. Good evening. I'm a graduate of East High School, class of 2019. I graduated with my bachelor's in economics from the University of Miami Herbert Business School last year, and I'm now up at the University of Utah seeking my master in city and metropolitan planning. I like a lot of this proposal, and I'm not necessarily against it. However, the first affordable housing incentive survey significantly underrepresented minority communities. If the survey was representative of Salt Lake City, 34 Polynesians should have been surveyed, only 15 were. 44 Black people should have been surveyed, Only 20 were. 329 Hispanic people should have been surveyed. Only 103 were. Overall, 1,358 white people were surveyed. Only 295 people of color were successfully reached in the first survey. Similarly, the second survey was responded with 0 indigenous people and 0 Polynesians. Yet, these underrepresented communities are often the most in need of affordable housing. There's a 10-to-1 racial wealth gap between white and black families, a 7-to-1 racial wealth gap between, or not racial, but 7-to-1 gap between white and Hispanic families. That's around $163,000 in white wealth and just $22,000 in Hispanic wealth. Instead of centering the marginalized communities most in need of deeply affordable housing, this draft of the AHIs has many changes largely driven from feedback from developers. Since last year's draft, the percentage of affordable units has dropped down to just 5% in some cases. Some of these units could be as small as 500 square feet. Even a 2-bedroom unit could be 500 square feet. At the same time, the incentive for developers have gone significantly up from 1 additional story to 3 additional stories allowed in RMU. And these changes were made following flawed, misleading pro formas provided by developers instead of by the planning staff. These pro formas under-exaggerated projected rates of return by wrongly assuming that the increased height in FAR would not increase land values, flying in the face of the consensus view among urban economists that height and FAR are crucial determinants of land value. This is a savvy negotiation by developers, but that's just what this is. This is a negotiation. Commissioners, I'm asking you to be tough negotiators. We can achieve higher affordability requirements, more units at lower AMIs. I also encourage you to explore options such as community land trusts that are shown to be more effective.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on this item.
Shear, we received some emails. Oh,
okay.
sorry. Not Shear. Bachman.
She'll do what she wants.
I know. I was just looking at her.
Okay, I won't close the hearing. Do we have emails?
We have 2 emails. Wait a second. Sorry. Oh, right. We have 2 emails. Just wait a sec. Okay, from TAG SLC. Planning Commission. TAG SLC is excited about the city's effort to introduce affordable housing incentives to encourage market rate developers to include affordable housing units in their projects. However, we have concerns regarding the current proposal and its effectiveness in achieving its intended goals. After reviewing the proposed text amendment in detail, our team applied the incentives to a variety of projects we currently have underway in SLC. These projects ranged in unit count from 4 units to 300 units, lot sizes from 1/10 of an acre to 4 acres, and included a variety of zoning districts. Of the 12 projects we applied the incentives to, not a single one produced a result in which pursuing the incentives added value to the project. Our findings seemed supported by the scenarios in attachment G, which suggests that the proposed incentives are insufficient to lead to the creation of more affordable housing. If the city's serious about promoting the construction of more affordable housing, we need to continue to refine the text amendment until the majority of projects have positive outcomes when the incentives are applied. The need for affordable housing in SLC is urgent. Let's make sure the proposal that goes forward to City Council is enough to produce results. Sincerely, Jordan Atkins. TAG SLC. There's another email from I will eat this thing. Thank you. The next email is from Turner Britton. Is this better? Is that better? Okay, thank you. Hello. I had planned to attend tonight's Planning Commission digitally, but learned that there's no longer a digital attendance option, and I'm at Disneyland, so I can't make it. I wanted to make sure that our support of the affordable housing incentives was formally submitted. In addition to our formal support, I'd like to submit this statement for the record. SLC Neighbors for More Neighbors supports the affordable housing incentives. However, based on estimates in the current proposal, we are concerned that projects in single-family neighborhoods will not be financially viable. If the city is serious about promoting the construction of more housing in high-opportunity, single-family neighborhoods, some of the current conditions that make those projects financially unfeasible should be removed. The scenarios in Attachment G show that there is virtually no economic incentive for market rate developers to pursue the affordable housing incentives. However, it has the potential to add more affordable units on select properties that already are pursuing LIHTCs. Especially in multifamily districts, density bonuses need to take into account building code requirements. For example, that the maximum number of stories that can be built with a wood frame structure is 5. If the density bonus provided forces builders to use steel frame construction technique, the economic benefits of an extra floor of apartments does not overcome the extra cost of using expensive construction materials. In addition, to make the incentives more functional, the incentives should be changed to 1, allow lots to be split and to allow for the sale of separate units. 2, eliminate all parking requirements for projects that meet the threshold for the incentives. This would make many more projects affordable, especially in higher density zones. And 3, in multifamily districts near rail transit, the incentives in terms of FAR, or area ratio, and height limits should be much stronger to A, make more projects financially viable, and B, locate more residents and businesses near rail. Overall, the incentives should be increased to find a broader mix of incentives that produce positive results for market rate developers considering adding affordable housing units to projects. Thanks, Turner Britton.
Madam Chair, can I make a request that those two be added to our Dropbox, please?
They already have been.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, no other emails, no other comments? I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission. Discussion, a motion.
I know this has been a long project. It has taken a lot of time. I know that it is one of the mayor's highest priorities to deal with affordable housing. I am sure that there will be some benefit to some of this, especially projects that are already affordable or have an affordable housing mix in them. That seems to be clear. And so from that standpoint, anything that's already sort of an affordable housing project, those incentives I think are going to work. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced that the other incentives will work, and I am also convinced that we're opening a Pandora's box for the single-family neighborhoods that we don't actually know how to control, mitigate, or and I think it will actually affect the west side much more than the east side, which is also not what we really want. So, and finally, I'm also concerned that when we pass these, or city council passes them, we'll be able to sort of go, okay, we've dealt with affordable housing. And that is completely wrong. So I would not be in favor of these.
I do share the sentiment expressed. I think, but you're right. I mean, the work that has been done by staff has been phenomenal. The one thing that really I heard in the comments and also kind of seems to still have an impression on me is just that those single family areas, I believe that would definitely make the workload a lot higher in the long run for staff and for the commission, because we'll have a lot of more cases that will come through us because of that one particular issue. As well, the west side again, I think that's right as well. It will be more affected than other areas in the city, but that's the one part that kind of affects, I guess, my mode of thinking right now. So.
Again, appreciate staff. I think they've done something really great with the charge they were given. I echo all of Brenda's comments, and I have additional concerns about enforcement. If it's at all effective, we are creating this enforcement apparatus, and we know more effective ways of increasing housing affordability that don't cost taxpayers money, and there's just not the political will to do it. And I feel like voting yes on this would suggest I think it significantly improves the problem, and I think it might make things feasible for a handful of LIHTC developments, which is not our main problem.
Anyone else? Can I get a motion? Anyone?
I'm not going to make a motion, but I'll say a thought, which something that just keeps coming back to me is sacrificing the good in search of the non-existent perfect. And a lot of the comments have been, I don't know that this will do it. I don't know that it won't. I don't know how this is going to affect, and how are we going to enforce, and how are we going to... And part of me thinks there's got to be a starting point, right? We have to start somewhere, but I don't know the method by which we would keep people accountable. Like if we could say, we'll offer the incentives for 18 months and then revisit and see what has changed or what hasn't changed, rather than having it just as a standing perpetual codification of the city ordinance. Because I think that's going to be required. I think until we have that, we can have as many studies that go for a year or 2 years and proposals as we want, and there's always going to be I don't know that this is going to work. I don't know that this is going to work, because we won't know until we try something. And I don't want to just throw everything at the wall hoping one thing will stick, but I don't know how you put more time and effort, although I do note the disparities that you pointed out, that the young man pointed out in the public hearing about who was surveyed and who was not. And I don't have those facts in front of me, but I would recommend that we all, as a planning commission and as a city, take that under very serious consideration, whether we are distributing those types of information gathering tools appropriately and equitably. But in any case, I think that's my thought, is are we throwing out the good in the search of the non-existent perfect?
Commissioner Gale, just to clarify, there's extensive research. This is effectively inclusionary zoning. It is the form of inclusionary zoning that can get past the state. There's extensive research on the effect of inclusionary zoning, and it is not good for affordability. We have research on this. Other cities have tried inclusionary zoning. It's never been effective. There's a lot of research. I'd be very happy to share this research with you. It's not that we don't know this.
So I guess my next question would be then to staff, if we have this definitive research on this particular model not being effective, why has there been so much of an investment in time and effort pursuing it?
So I'm going to comment on that. So I would argue that this is not effectively inclusionary zoning. In fact, it's completely opposite. And there are places around the country that have utilized affordable housing incentives to produce housing. Probably the most notable is the city of Los Angeles, which everyone knows has a very extensive housing issue. And their affordable housing, they do it around TOD. Incentives have, I think Sarah might know, I don't remember the number of units that it's produced, but it has been successful. Other cities that have used incentive-based programs are relatively new, and as we know, zoning regulations take several years before they start taking effect in reality, right? We can put them on paper, but projects take a long time. And so those cities, Cambridge, Massachusetts has done it. There's a whole list of other cities that have looked at it that are facing affordable housing issues. So we can look at those cities and to see how they progress, and we can be one of those cities too, to see how they progress and to see if they work. And I think it's important to remember the original intent of this project was to make taxpayer dollars go further than they currently are and as they're currently restricted, without, and you know, there's some may think this is the wrong idea, but without also increasing density across the board by right. And I think that is something that needs to be considered as part of this.
I can make a motion.
Thank you.
Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission forward a positive recommendation to the city council with the condition that we calendared a date 24 months in the future if from the date that the ordinance is, or that the plan, what is it called? A plan? Chapter, the zoning chapter is approved by, okay, I'm going to start over. I'm going to make a motion. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission forward a positive recommendation to the city council with the condition that if the zoning chapter is approved by the city council, we calendar on the planning commission's calendar 24 months from that date to have the planning staff come back and give us a full report of what they can identify as the benefits and the costs of implementing the plan over those 24 months.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Me.
Was that,
I'll second.
okay,
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Burrows?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gale and a second by Commissioner Burrows. Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes, and I did want to make one comment. I know it's late night, but you know, this is one of the hardest things to do is put affordable housing into new developments. Like, it just doesn't financially make a lot of sense a lot of times in these projects. But I do strongly believe in increasing housing supply will eventually reduce other housing types and get some affordable housing movement. And the way to do that is to make it more open to entry-level people that can maybe do a duplex, maybe do a triplex, and these people will help soften some of that. So it's not perfect, but I think it's a start, and I agree with revisiting it. So, yes.
thank you. Commissioner Paredes,
Yes, I vote yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
No.
Commissioner Shear,
No.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
No.
Commissioner Barry,
I'm not really in favor of the condition, but I'm not going to throw out the good and search for perfection, so I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
I'm going to vote yes, but with a comment that I don't think that this is going to do a lot to increase the availability of affordable housing in the city. But I think by voting yes and moving it on, it gives us the opportunity to start talking about things that will directly impact affordable housing in this city. And this thing has been hanging around on the agenda for so long that my yes vote is to simply get it off the table.
thank you. Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
the chair will also vote yes. 8 yeses. You get to take a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Do
can
you-
we take a 5-minute?
Do you need a 5-minute break?
I would like a 5-minute break, yes, please.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. So let's get on to item number 6, Housing SLC. And there's no number on this or anything. We just get Rudy.
Just get me and last the best of all the game. That's how it goes, I think.
Does this mean you don't come back to see us? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, we'll see. We'll
okay.
see.
Okay. I know.
Please don't table. Okay. So I was here a couple weeks ago and then a couple weeks before that. So hopefully this is fairly quick on my presentation side. Doesn't seem like there's a big audience listening in, at least in person. But the overview of, I'm here for Housing SLC. There are 3 goals, and kind of I'll review those as we get in. Those are supported by 18 moderate income housing strategies that are from state code, those strategies are then supported by 47 unique action items. That's a change from last time I presented. Last time it was 44. There's 47 now, and I'll go into why that change occurred. And then this will be implemented over the next 5 years. The guiding framework of the plan, this mirrors also the Thriving in Place efforts, but to preserve affordable housing, protect tenants, produce new affordable housing, expand capacity for tenant support, collaborate to maximize the impact that the city can have, and advocate for tenants and affordable housing at the state level and at the federal level where we can. So goal 1, make progress toward closing the housing gap of 5,500 units of deeply affordable housing and increase the supply of housing at all levels of affordability, with the metric of entitling 10,000 new housing units throughout the city, a minimum of 2,000 of those units being deeply affordable to 30% AMI or below, and a minimum of 2,000 units affordable at the 31 to 80% AMI. Goal 2, increase housing stability throughout the city. So we need to better track, analyze, and monitor factors that impact housing stability in the city. Assist 10,000 low-income individuals annually through programs funded to increase housing stability by the city. So that can be either direct services or through funding partner organizations that take over on those services. And then finally, to dedicate targeted funding to mitigate displacement, serve renter households, serve family households, increase geographic equity, and increase physical accessibility. And that last one is a change from the last time you saw this. We got some comments on that I'll go into. And then the 3rd goal is to increase opportunities for home ownership and other wealth and equity building opportunities, provide affordable home ownership and wealth and equity building opportunities to a minimum of 1,000 low-income households. And that, there's a number of different strategies in the plan that address that, or action items in the plan that address that. So home ownership, mortgage assistance, but also other kind of equity sharing opportunities, because there's just not going to be, we're not building a lot of new for sale homes right now in Salt Lake City. So there are some state requirements, and so we must select at least 5 strategies from the list of 24 in order to be in compliance with state code. And on the right side of the screen, I kind of show, we've included 18. The next item, in order to receive or be eligible for priority consideration for state funding, we need to select at least 6 strategies, and again, we've selected 18. We must include strategy V, which we do, and we must include at least one of strategies G, H, or Q, and we address all of those. And then finally, we must include an implementation plan, and we do. So we're meeting the state requirements. Bravo. I meant to pull this slide out because it's redundant. I just want to go over kind of what happened during the intervening 45 days since the public comment period began. So on March 2nd, all recognized community organizations were sent the 45-day required notice. We also sent the notice to other housing stakeholders and members of the community working group that were engaged in throughout the process. On March 3rd, that announcement of the draft plan was posted to the Planning Division listserv, and we started our kind of other marketing campaign. The full draft plan was available for comment at our website, and social media posts, newsletters, mailings, and printed flyers have been up at 20 locations throughout the city between March 2nd and the present. On March 8th and 29th, I presented to you all. March 22nd, March 23rd, and April 5th, I was invited to present at 2 recognized community organizations and 1 city commission. April 14th, we tabled at the Homeless Resource Fair. April 18th, we tabled at the City Council meeting at Fair Park. And on April 20th, which was after the official comment period closed, but we presented to the Salt Lake Community Network. And we were really just trying to meet people closer to where they were, but then also really solicit as much feedback as we could. So as of the creation of this slide deck, which is going to vary a little bit from what was in the staff report, we've had 107 respondents to our online comment form. 59% of respondents identify as owners, homeowners. And overall, there was a positive response to the plan with 51% so we asked 2 main questions. One was, how do you feel the plan meets your personal housing needs? And then the other was, how do you feel the plan meets the city's housing needs? Given the makeup of the respondents, the first question was a little bit of a mixed bag. There's not a lot that we do to help people who already own better. And so I can see how, the responses were maybe not kind of as dramatic as we would have hoped. But on the second question, 51% of the respondents feel that the housing SLC meets the needs of the city very well or somewhat well, with 10%, or roughly 10% who said neither well, well nor neither well. Either, it's late. The themes of the comments, there was a decent amount that saw increased clarity on some of the goals and the strategies. So part of that, I think, was the way that it was asked on the comment form. So the goals were presented so that people could interact in different ways. So they could just read the goals and say, I think the goals are good or bad. They could also read the whole plan or parts of the plan. But I think because of the way things were presented, that it didn't lend for the greatest clarity as far as how the goals would be addressed, how it was presented on the website. So, but we did try to improve clarity. We added different timelines within the implementation plan. We changed some of the wording a little bit on the goals and strategies to kind of hopefully lend clarity to that. And then there was both support and opposition to more and or affordable housing expressed. Some people, some people don't want anything new. Some people want a lot of things new. So yeah, kind of par for the course, I suppose. And then we also received 5 email responses or comments, and 3 were from organizations and 2 were from individuals. 2 of the organizations brought up the fact that we didn't address physical accessibility in the plan, and so that was something that we worked on changing. And then there were also some comments that were pretty specific to ADUs, which this plan addresses, but kind of briefly, and it's a few action items. And I think that the comments were maybe better served in the ADU ordinance discussion. But we, heard those as well. And so, yeah, 2 pointed out omission of physical accessibility, and there were multiple comments on ADUs, and there was general support from all of the comments on the plan. 4 out of the 5 were positive, and 1 didn't like ADUs. That was kind of the negative comment. So the changes that we made, as I mentioned, we tried to address physical accessibility and aging in place more directly. So we added 3 action items that specifically target that. And one of those action items is, at a bare minimum, we need to form a working group to look into this that would include internal and external partners and figure out how, other things that we can implement to do this. But we also kind of bolstered our language around, we do already fund some organizations that help retrofit housing for accessibility and aging in place, and so kind of increasing that support, making it more front and center. We also added it into one of the metrics of goal 2, so that it was clear that was something that we wanted to do. And then, as I mentioned, we tried to change some of the language to improve clarity on how the goals would be addressed, and hopefully that helped. But I would recommend that you put forward a positive recommendation to the City Council. And, just, one quick reminder is that June 30th is when Growing SLC expires, and we would like to have a housing plan on the books before then, if possible. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Questions for Rudy? See, being last has an advantage, right? Okay. Since nobody has any questions, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Cromer.
Here I am again. Before I even figured out how to spell Rudy's full name, I figured out that he was into this project heart and soul, and I really appreciate his dedication. He has walked the walk on this one. I want to start with a brief history of the city's housing plans going back about 17 or so years. In 2005, there was a proposed plan. It was part of several big plans that were getting driven through at the end of the year. And the response from the housing community, the advocates for housing, was really extraordinary. Everyone I had ever heard of as an advocate showed up at the city council across the hall and opposed the plan. We didn't have a plan. So when Growing Salt Lake showed up, I thought, well, we better get a plan, because that one in 2005 was dead on arrival. But I regret that, because Growing Salt Lake has been a very unpleasant plan for me. I refer to it as Alice's Restaurant, because the developer can find anything he wants in that document. So I appreciate specificity, I appreciate focus on tenants, and so on and so forth. I have a recommendation that you ask for ongoing data collection from the City Council. That costs money. This city knows more about short-term rentals than it does about existing housing, especially about existing less expensive housing, or what's otherwise known as NOAA. I also recommend that you ask, and I think Rudy has worked on this, to do more through the Good Landlord program than the city has done in the past. And this is my laser tongue statement that I waited until 10 o'clock at night to make. The city must stop being the bad example as it fails to develop housing on land that it owns, such as the Northwest Pipeline Building and the Fleet Block. The delays at those sites are intolerable in light of the shortage of housing, especially housing below market rate. And the city has just failed to respond. And then the other comment I wanted to make is that these plans frequently include photographs of the city's character-defining buildings, the ones that are getting demolished and going to the dump. So there is a sustainability piece here that is missing that we need to look at. It's not in the city's long-term interest to be bland and it's certainly not in our long-term interest to fill up the dump. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any emails? No emails. There's nobody else in the room. Huh? That's right. So I will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the commission. Are there questions for Rudy? Do we have a motion? Are we all
So I guess
asleep?
I'm just looking at the comment from Turner Bitten in our packet, because he had very specific. I also appreciate specificity in plans, because I think otherwise it's a little vague and hand wavy. And he proposes a zoning reform action plan to specifically go back to zoning prior to the mid-1990s. We had a down zoning in the mid-1990s. And so I'm wondering, that would not be, a huge increase in density, but it would allow things like in my neighborhood, there's some duplexes and fourplexes. It doesn't seem to have completely destroyed the neighborhood. And so I'd like to add a little more specificity. I mean, they have several specific comments. I don't know what the rest of the planning commission feels about the rest of the specific comments that they're asking, because I do like that specificity. One other question for Mr. Mathis. I feel like if we are commissioner such and such, everybody else has to be Mr. or Ms. Given the requests for data collection, do we have adequate staff currently to address these data collection needs?
There has been staff reallocation a little bit. There's a new position that was just created, a consumer protection position, which will be used somewhat for the data collection. Some of it will be, as we kind of more fully determine what we need, we may have a budget ask for a new FTE in the coming years. But I think, the collection piece will be, I think, the easier part, because that will be likely through the Good Landlord or Landlord-Tenant Initiative, stuff like that, where the collection will be the easier part. It'll be the analysis on the back end that will probably take more specific staff needs. And so, to answer your question briefly, we do have a staff person who this will be part of their job, and they just got hired. And then as needed, we will probably we may need to request additional staff or reallocate people to help fill that.
Anyone else?
I'm willing to make a motion. Are you gonna
Go ahead.
Was that what you were going to do?
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. So.
All right. Rudy, thanks for all of your work in this. I think some of the comments in the Dropbox are very specific, and this plan is the overarching view, so they're not necessarily exclusionary, but they don't need to be spelled out in Housing Salt Lake. And I do think you know very well, in trying to promote saving our existing housing, that is often the most affordable housing. So I think your office gets that. But thank you for all of this work and coming. I will miss seeing you.
I'll try to find reasons to come back.
Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the City Council adopt Housing SLC as the city's 5-year moderate income housing plan and as the moderate income housing element of the city's general plan.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Berry and a second by Commissioner Christensen. Mr. Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Paredes,
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner De Oliveira,
No.
Commissioner Shear,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Gent,
Yes.
Commissioner Berry,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. So we have 10 yeses. You get to take a positive recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other business? Seeing none and no one, I adjourn this meeting.